Hello everybody and welcome back to some more Component Cast. I'm your host Midgeman and tonight we are here with the Elendor Chronicles crew. Say hi everybody. I always forget to introduce you guys right at the beginning. So hi
everybody. Hi everybody.
Hello. So before we get going with tonight's broadcasted scheduled show, we of course have some housekeeping to do. And that is by talking about our wonderful returning sponsor people that, we endorse this stuff because we use this stuff. And the first person, or people, should we say, that we endorse are Music D20, who are an independent composition team that aim to bring your TTRPG table to life. Their entire catalogue, including loopable tracks, such as the ones that you're hearing, are available to their $5 a month patrons. Check them out by going to our links in the panels or in the description if you're watching on YouTube. Hi, people on YouTube. Also, thank you to Syrinscape, who's helps us bring these amazing atmospheres to our table. You can add sounds and more to your game when you download the Syrinscape app to desktop or mobile. The app is free and comes with 20 sound sets to get you started. Go on to Syrinscape.com or follow the link in our panels and descriptions to find out more. You can even find, I believe, a few of the soundscapes from this campaign. They're up there. You can find that. You can find search Retbury. You can find Retbury. And yeah. Other than that, shall we get on with tonight's broadcast? I think so.
We stand together, foes, friends, and unaligned, to set right a world for the mortal kind. At this, the apogee of all the bloodshed, this great summit where fate hangs her solemn head, it is up to I to duly justify what will happen to those from heaven high, from down below in plains of such hatred, from fire, earth, air, and water created, those of fey and bewildering wilds, even to us, which divinity doth smile. So I put to you, the immortal titans vanquished, I say leave with honor, or be banished. For those that leave with their heads held in dignity may stake their hold on mortals willingly, placing their faith in your sublimity. Yet those that refute my generous overture, those who would see to destroy mortal love, art, culture, their freedom to choose, fight, fail, laugh, and grow, I shall strike them down with a banishing blow. Those that shall not heed this decree for warning will find their flock in despair, mourning the loss of their god, for I will cast out that rebellious soul without a doubt. Your time is over. All is said and done. The war is past us and the battle won. So, hear my decree, or forget your litany, for now is an age of true brilliancy. The past is the past. Your dominion is all but your. Now is the time for Elendor.
Okay, so we are back. Welcome everybody. Let us get the Syrinscape going. There we go. Who wants to do the recap for this week?
I will, because I need inspiration back again, because it's something that I have a requirement for.
Valmir needs support for his bad decisions.
Yeah.
Well, Valmir, take it away. Go on then, buddy.
So we started off last session with a bit of a conundrum, with an elf lady being very unhappy with my life decisions and dice rolling, and I got kind of rescued by Darius and Zep, who we then agreed to go and get her magical staff from a little city in payment for my life. But then Ruby with ironically the biggest balls out of everyone in the party, went up to Elf Queen Lady and basically told her to back off, so she let us all go. Then we traveled along with the caravan that Zep had managed to procure for us, until we got to another town that I have forgotten the name of. I think it's called Korchazen, I think we're at. Then he decided to start purchasing the materials to build a wagon powered by steam and just being an absolute mad lad with his mechanical know-how. So yeah, that's where we're currently at. I think some of the party are looking for spells. Zeph is building a battle wagon, and I think our little girlfriend person is being taught common. So it's all good. Everything's going well.
So yes, last time we left off with Zep falling asleep after creating some sort of engine-like device, as well as some work and favors being done in order to acquire transportation for the party, as well as Valmir surviving a possible, sacrifice to the old tree gods. But hey, who knows? Yep, you can take an inspiration for that recap. I know you need it.
I do. I really do.
But yes. So, it is the morning. And it, who is doing what today? I know, Zedaar and Zep, said that they would help out.
Team Z, yes.
Yeah, Team Z is working. What is anyone else doing?
Ruby's going to be scribing Leomin's tiny hut into her little spell book.
Awesome. That's a 3rd level spell, so it's 3 hours, right?
6 hours.
6 hours.
6 hours. 6 hours. Okay, so that's you done for the day, pretty much. Darius, is there anything you'd like to in particular do today?
Is there anything I need to do? Question. I don't think anybody else needs me for anything. You can always complain that I'm there, so let's just avoid them. And yeah. No, I'm gonna teach today. I'm gonna make it a teaching day. Yeah.
Okay.
Let them exist without me out there. Let them deal with all their own shit.
And finally, Valmir, is there anything you'd particularly like to do?
Originally, I was thinking maybe I'll go help Zep, but then I thought we do actually want what he's making, so I probably should stay away. I don't really have much to do either at this particular juncture. Maybe practicing my magic and trying to understand it more.
Zedaar, how much gold do we have in the party inventory?
Unaccounted for, there's 400. Sorry, no. 400 before the accounting. After the purchase of the wagon and the 3-horn, it'll be closer to 220.
Looks like it's going to cost me about 150 to scribe the spell.
Then we should work on making money to cut into that.
I do. I agree. We consider taking a job before we leave here.
We are already sort of doing a job to cut the price down.
I mean, for income purposes.
I thought the point of getting out of here as soon as possible was so that we don't run into a foul of anyone following us.
Yes, in the future, when we leave this town, the next place we go, maybe find an adventurer board or help wanted sign.
I thought this was something we had already.
Zedaar looks kind of confused. Like, haven't we had this conversation before already? Wasn't this already the plan?
Sort of. I definitely think that sort of might have been.
It was ideas tossed around. I don't know if it was confirmed.
I also don't think that Ruby was there. I think she was off shopping. But anyway, you both agree in the future plans of if we're going to be able to get Johanna home and to continue this unique journey that you've all found yourselves upon, money is going to be a factor. But anyway, Zep waking up at the smith that he rented for the evening. Braun comes to you and says, "So did you finish?"
Yeah, we have the boiler here, and those over there are condensers, and this thing over here, it's where we light the fire. But I think it is ready. We just need to put it on the wagon once we own it.
Okay. Shall I start to take this to delivery?
Yeah, please do. I will accompany you if I have work to do there too.
So, Braun begins hauling this. This is going to take him a while, so he'll do it throughout the day while you work. But Zedaar and Zep, you meet outside the livery, unless there was anything else you wanted to do in the morning, and you're met by the. It's by a different manager today. It's a lady, about middle age, graying blondish hair. Even though she's relatively tall, there's elements of halfling features in her face. She stands at about 5 feet, and she says, "Oh, are you the people that are coming to help us today?"
Yes.
Right, lovely. Master Dragonborn, I hear that. So forgive me, I wasn't told any names.
I am Zedaar Wystongjir.
I am Zep.
Zedaar, I hear you're familiar. With the I've lost. There we go. I found the accent again. There we go. I hear you're quite familiar with the Three Horn, and you might be able to give us some help and advice about how they're naturally found and stuff.
Yes, they hail from the region of land that they come from, the Triumvirate of Atria.
Oh, wonderful. And you, Master Zep, are gonna do some repair work and such?
Repairs, upgrades, whatever it is that you require. But whatever it is that I am doing, it will increase the value of the carriages here.
Well, there's a number of the carriages actually across the road in the carriage store, but we have a number that need a lot of basic carpentry done, wheels fixing. We got some of the interiors. Some of them need to be decked out to be shop work. Some of them need to be decked out for leisure purposes. So anything you can do to help over there, that can help. And yes, so this is going to be a group check between both of you to try and get the price down. I need 5 successes of what you can do throughout the day. The DC for all of these checks is 15. But you and throughout the day you can essentially do a check per hour of work. So who would like to go first in adding to this?
Probably shouldn't highlight this, but I'm going to highlight this. Am I exhausted?
No, you did a constitution check at the end of the last session and you passed with flying colours. I think you rolled something like a 24.
Okay. Excellent.
However, you will be making another one of those possibly about halfway through the day, depending on how much work you put.
So, Zep, why don't you start us off here?
Yeah, okay.
Get your rolls out early.
So, Zep, if you're going to be doing some carpentry, I will take a tool check, either using your intelligence or your dexterity and your proficiency bonus.
I think that this will be intelligence. And the dice just fell off the table.
I saw that. It just bumped against the edge of the box.
I will roll it again. Bear in mind, you need to add another 3. Ignore the first one. So 19 plus 3 is 22.
A 22. Yeah, that's a success with flying colours. You start off with actually one of the luxury, leisure models. It's a very similar wagon to the one that you guys are getting, except the interior is being set up where it's got the hatches. One side is being removed of the hatch. It's being boarded as a full wall, and they're actually putting down like a bunk bed section in there. And there's some cabinets, and they're trying to get like an area for a wash basin and things on the inside. And you start helping out with that, and you get quite a lot of the woodwork done. And they're very happy with that. So checks success on number
RV?
1 completed. Yeah, basically building a medieval RV. Yeah.
I'm glad it said RV and not minivan.
Yeah, going on a weekend trip with the kids.
Caravan.
As long as the Lord says it's okay.
So do we want to? So do we have to? Do we have to switch these back up, or can Zep to make multiple checks in the beginning?
Zep can make multiple checks.
Because if he's gonna have to risk exhaustion, then I feel like him getting as many out as possible before that would be a good idea.
It is as you wish. I will continue working then.
Work, gnome.
That is a 20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, and yeah, that's another completion. You actually, when they see your work on this leisure carriage, they actually put you to work on one that's being built for one of the local Pantheon of Albay's missions, and they want some decorative work done to sort of stylize it in the Pantheon, in the various holy symbols of the Pantheon. So you get to work doing some carving, and you actually put together a table in the back which can be converted into a moving shrine that can also sit on the back shelf of this particular wagon. And they're like, we didn't think of that. Again, second success of the day.
All right, I feel like if Zedaar doesn't do anything, he's going to get called out as a lazy guy. Before I do anything, I'm going to state that Zedaar is going to be giving the lore he's giving about these creatures is all nature-based and cultural, but he's going to be teaching the actual the actual way that they are raised. But it's as always with Zedaar, it's very heavily laden with religious propaganda. Because it's just it's being taught me the way he was taught, which is how it relates to Bahamut and the religion that kind of circulates there. So I'm going to be using enhanced ability on myself as well, so I have advantage on these rolls.
So wait, Zep's doing like all kinds of manual labor and
I'm teaching
carpentry work, and Zedaar's just there to give a lecture.
Yes, basically.
Yeah, he's giving some
To a
lectures.
stable?
He's writing down notes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm giving them a little pamphlet of what they should be doing right. Would this be a nature check?
I will let you. Yeah, it'll be a nature check or animal handling.
Whispering the prayers
I'll
of
do animal
Muhammad in
handling.
Zep's ear the entire time.
Ooh, fantastic work.
At least he's not one of those guys who's just kind of you could be doing this better. Just it's like over the shoulder.
Supervising.
Before your information, Zedaar, the closest the handlers here had was talking to some dairy farmers who were raising some more of the hardier bovine species and trying to come across here, and they're like, all of this information is super useful to them. At 23, that's awesome. That's 3 successes now. You need 2 more.
I can do the next if you wish.
Sure.
Go for it.
And I am trying something new. That is good. I have also added an actual tool proficiency.
Yeah, nice. Love it.
These rolls.
27. Holy moly.
These are the kinds of rolls that I dream of.
You can't roll today, Lambert. You can't roll today. If you do, you're dead. Something will happen.
They're like looking at this work that you've done, and they then look at they see Braun coming in with the engine that you've made, and they're like, "You do metal work as well?" and they actually take you over to one of the militarized wagons, which is armor-plated, and you take a look at the top. It has a repeating crossbow on the top, but the repeating crossbow is broken, and they get you to try and fix that. And yeah, you have a whale of a time fixing the repeating crossbow, and in fact, you managed to find some of the replacement armor sheets for the sides of the wagon and fit it to the front of the crossbow to give the fire protection while shooting. Essentially medieval Humvee repair is what you've just done, and yeah, amazing. So we need one more. Zep, if you're to do another one, I will need a Constitution saving.
I'll go again, and I'll even burn an enhanced ability. Yeah, I'll burn another enhanced ability so I can make this last one with advantage as well, just because I want to do this right. I always need to forget click advantage. All right, so let's do this.
No, just make Zep do everything.
Ooh, that was not as good as a roll. Crap.
So they take, once they find all of your knowledge, they actually take a lot of your. They say, oh, maybe you can try this one, and they take you over to a slightly more rowdy three-horn. And whilst it doesn't directly rage out at you or anything, you don't have enough of you can't calm it enough for them to take your advice on dealing with the slightly angrier freehorn there. But they're still like, well, I mean, it was a long shot. Sometimes you can't, you just can't work with these things.
Yes, sometimes the angry ones, they're just angry. There's not much you can do about it.
So that's our first failure. So
yeah,
we're going to be moving into the 7th hour again. Zep will need a Constitution saving throw if he needs to work more.
I will give it a go.
Okay.
25. This is invigorating me. I do not need to sleep when I am making things.
You're completely right. The tinkerer's mind and the inquisitive nature of your artificery and your gnomish heritage just infuels you, and you just can't stop. Give me another roll, and it's not affecting you right now.
I'd almost like to imagine that Zep invented like this coffee trip that's just diluting straight caffeine into his veins.
That's the 5th
It's
success.
15.
You're definitely slowing down, but still you're doing far better work than any of the on-hand carpenters or wagon wrights that have been working. You spend the rest of the time just like fixing wheels and doing much lighter, less impressive work, but still doing it at the rate of many of the other workmen. And the day ends, and the owner, the current manager says, You've gone above and beyond, and I'll happily do the deal we were doing, and we've actually set up the cart you intended to buy outside. If you want to go take it.
Yes,
And our freehorn too, of course. Yes.
Oh yeah, she's being tacked on right now. Her name is Darcy, and her particular favorite treat are cabbages.
Cabbages.
Star makes a little note.
I have noticed that the cart over there, pointing at one of the carts that I was probably working on, could still do with a little bit more of an etching around the edges. I would like to finish this. I'm just going to go back and start working on it again.
All right.
You're just flexing on Zedaar at this point.
Zedaar, you're shown to the thing, and she asks for the payment, which was
180 gold pieces by my
180
reckoning.
180 gold pieces.
Zedaar will pay them out of our party loot.
Okay, I will take that from the party funds. Maths.
220. 228 technically.
Yeah. Fantastic. Yes. And you now have one cart, which I've put in the handouts of how that's drawn up. So it's a caravanist cart, and then there is a half wall on the top rim on either side. There is a ladder and a door at the back. And then there's the raised sitting area, and there's the mount area where You think military implements would go in, whether it's a harpoon thrower or a bolt thrower of some sort. That there still seems to be like where it's been ripped out and put onto a different cart, or that this one could have one attached, but there isn't such. And then there's that middle covering that covers essentially the middle third of the upper level. And underneath that area, there is actually a hatch that goes directly into the main interior as well, if you don't want to use the exposed ladder at the back. There's also 2 side trellises on which you can tie crates or bags or whatever as extra storage, as well as 2 crates inside and a bench. There aren't any beds inside, but this is a working area where seated you could fit. Or if you put some chairs in as well, you could fit the entire party either on the top, on the front, or inside. Sleeping maybe not as much, but yeah, you've got this to work with.
This is very good. I am going to go pure cabbages.
Okay.
And coal. I will need coal or charcoal.
Coal.
Zedaar starts wondering to himself, where can he get coal and cabbages at the same place? But then it's like,
Coal and cabbage merchant.
Cook.
Yeah.
I guess I'll spend the rest of my day.
Check. Give me an investigation check. Quickly.
10.
I knew somebody would be looking for both.
You pass a stall, which is Bert's coal and cabbages. No. No. But after some time, you do find a seller that sells both. As in, like, not the same seller, but you will find individuals. It's market day. It was market day. It was a market day yesterday, but there's still quite a lot of sellers here, especially with a lot of the imports coming in at the dock. You can find this stuff pretty easily.
Why do you sell both? We like alliteration here.
I imagine he'd get like a bushel of cabbages, and not knowing exactly how much coal is going to be needed for Zep, because he didn't mention that, he would probably buy a similar amount of coal.
10 bushels of coal.
A bushel of cabbages and a bushel of coal.
Right, how much would a bushel of cabbages be?
Do they sell them in bushels? A cabbage. Like a cabbage.
Just a big sack.
It's like that big.
Just like a small barrel of them, yeah.
It's not a Brussels sprout.
A basket of them, like a dozen or so in there.
What is a cabbage if not a Brussels sprout persevering?
How much does a cabbage weigh? How much?
Not very much.
In real life, about a pound or whatever.
Yeah, it's about a pound. It depends. I mean,
the average store-bought cabbage is about a pound.
39 ounces.
About a pound. Or 2 pounds anyway, but 2.5.
It'd be expensive.
Well, did you guys ever play Skyrim? It's 0.5 pounds.
Because Skyrim is something to go by.
I realize now.
That's actually what I was picturing, by the way. Just like one of those giant wicker baskets with cabbage just stuffed inside.
Yeah. The funny thing is,
you can get about 30 cabbages for about 1 gold, 2 silver.
Jesus Christ!
Done. That seems high to Zedaar, but he's not gonna argue the point, because he is buying this for his 3-horde friend, and it's gonna last forever.
Yeah.
Here you go, Mister. 30 cabbages.
He's just gonna buying that. He'll just hook it up to one of the side spots for like the carry-all, and just like hook it up there. It's like, yeah, whatever. Want to give him a treat. It's great. As for the coal,
Zedaar, do we withdraw the 150 for the spell skull or no?
It was not done yet. No.
Okay.
So 20 pounds of coal is apparently. Is that saying 1 gold piece for 20 pounds of coal?
You know how much a gold piece would be worth to like the average person?
Come on,
probably about 1 gold piece.
It would be like the equivalent of like $100, because a silver is closer to $1.
Fuck you, Lambert. But 1 gold piece.
I don't know. It's worth about 10 silver or so.
Smart ass.
You know, tiny hut is not in.
Or a tenth of a platinum.
Yeah, go ahead. No,
So
this-
100 copper.
We'll go with that. 20 pounds of coal for a gold piece.
Okay, I'll do that as well. I paid as much for the coal as
Major
for the cabbages.
Yeah. Major
That's
you're
weird math.
You're setting a precedent for the campaign. If we have an
Gold piece.
artificer.
Gold
We
piece.
have an artificer. You sure you want us to power a tank?
What you don't know is this coal goes super fast. Gold worth
Hey,
of coal
I am
goes
yet
fuck
to
miles.
work out the fuel consumption rate of this wagon. That's just like
That's your mistake.
it's too much math for
It's gonna
me.
go as quickly as Frostpunk fuel, or is this gonna be like? We talking Minecraft?
You know what? Let's go ahead and mark off the 150 for tiny hut, just so we have tiny hut. We'll take that and the 1 gold piece out of the party loot. So that'll be 77 gold pieces we have left in there.
Always hard going for something like that. You have to basically that's the when you start a campaign off, it's just like how much is this going to cost? Because this is going to affect the entire campaign for the next 3 years. And I can't change it.
That's when you come into regional prices. Like, yeah, it was cheaper there because there's a lot of coal mines there.
Luckily, the
We're in coal
resources, there's
shortage,
a lot
sir.
of them in this nation. Like, this nation is pretty mineral rich and, like...
1 gold
and-
piece
and-
for 20 pounds.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking because like
That'd be
a steam engine, like
that would be 5
like
copper, a piece of coal.
Well, it depends on. I mean, coal's not uniform.
Well, I'm saying
Like,
for
it's not
for
like-
for 20 pounds, that means that would be 5 copper a pound.
A pound per hour or something. Keep it
Something
simple.
like that. Like a
think
steam
my math is
train.
right.
Like a steam train uses like 20 pounds of coal, like I think every couple hours.
Yeah,
It's
but
not a lot.
that's efficient.
But that's
more
a
efficient.
train. Like this is a wagon.
And it's
That's
also
what I
very,
mean.
very rudimentary steam engine power. Like I don't have all of
That's true.
the upgrades yet.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. We're gonna be running this off for a year.
And then once I'm done with the carving stuff, I'll go and start attaching the steam.
Okay.
And
give me a constitution
if Braun has
saving
finished all of his, I'll do that in a minute. Well, if Braun's finished hauling everything, I also need him to get enough water to fill the boiler.
throw. Okay. Do you have any? So okay. He'll try and find like a barrel or something to fill the water. Do you want salt water or fresh water?
Fresh.
Okay.
I think. Although salt water does boil quicker.
Does it matter?
I
Yeah,
don't
but then
know.
you have to clean the boiler.
Yeah, fresh. Another con save.
It's hard to get
just,
salt water in the middle of the country while traveling.
13.
Okay. You think at the end of completing this task, you will finally take that point of exhaustion.
They'll just collapse.
So, but yeah,
It's just like an off switch.
Tell me how you're attaching this this boiler to the wagon.
I need to get the description thingy up again. So at the moment, the probably would rig up some kind of scaffolding off of the back next to the door and the ladder and put the boiler between the two. With the
Okay.
burner underneath, or maybe the boiler along the top of the roof. I'm not sure.
It will probably have to go on the roof, purely because essentially the way that the door currently opens and the ladder is, there is less than 5 feet between the two.
Okay.
So it would
Eventually, I'll probably move the door to one of the sides and put the boiler on the back, but at the moment, this can be a temporary attachment.
okay, but okay, you could attach the boiler, and then how are you attaching it to the wheels? With rope?
Yes. Trying to think if there's anything which would work as a belt, considering rubber is definitely not invented yet.
Leather.
Leather.
Leather, that's true, yeah. We'd use a leather belt.
Okay.
It's just go to a tailor and like, I want that one, and attach that one to it.
Big and
Or
tall.
just
Big
buy
and tall.
sheets of leather and
Yeah.
sew the strips yourself with a leather adhesive or something, because that would exist still. But okay.
So I might need to get Ruby's assistance with that, because one of the skills I do not have is tailoring.
Oh, really? Okay. Is Ruby set up as Ruby? Do you have tailoring?
Ruby? No, Ruby has no trade skills.
Oh, I thought you had tailoring. My bad.
Ruby
We got Braun his big
she can
hat.
sew buttons and
Oh.
stuff, but she's not a tailor.
That's not tailor. Yeah.
In that case, I would take it to a tailor and say, "This is what I need. Please attach."
Okay. Taylor says, "Okay, I can make these belts for 5 gold."
Yeah, this is agreeable.
Yeah. Bad news. Ruby has no trade skills. Don't talk to her for those.
Braun spends his silver on getting the barrel of water.
How many silver?
I've already done it.
Okay, cool.
I expedited it. Yes, give me your Tinkerer's tools. Check again.
Please don't fail. Please don't fail. 18.
More than enough. It's all attached. You now have rear-wheel drive on your wagon.
Yes.
Mind you, someone will have to man the boiler, but yeah. So the wagon that I drew now has a boiler on the back half above the door side, so that it's not restricting the ladder access.
Technically, we also have self-destruct for the wagon now as well. We can just overpressure the boiler and just let it blow up.
I was actually thinking, instead of putting a crossbow or something on the roof, we just put a steam gun. Hydraulic.
I had to wait for you to finish that sentence. I thought for a second you were just going instead of getting the crossbow, we're just going to blow up the wagon when we needed it.
And let me get every bolt with a fireball.
Yeah, no,
you say that, but I have actually Misty stepped inside a carriage and then thunder waved from inside to turn it into a grenade.
I like that idea. I'm gonna put that in the back pocket.
I was expecting more the fact you're gonna get like a series of tubes and you're just gonna throw boiling hot water at people that's being ejected from the boiler.
Oh god,
We just have
fire hose them.
Hoses with boiling water and steam. Oh
Yeah,
god.
just like
We're gonna go that far. You can just get oil.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying.
Just
Or
get
you make
hot
an
oil.
oil projector and then you have Ruby light it, and you've got a flamethrower tank.
Greek fire.
Ruby, we'll need to talk.
But yes, you have the motorization. I'm guessing
We're gonna
the
get
party
arrested.
gets
This can't be
together.
street legal.
The Empire is gonna take one look at this and be like, "We want that. Give it to us." And
You're gonna need to get a
suddenly we're at
license
war
for
with the
this.
Reane and Empire because they just like our ride.
We're gonna need you to get a license here. You need a CDL.
Have to get it registered with the nations of the world as a tool of war.
Mercenaries in this period are all sorts of wacky. But yes, you
need to tell me.
Meet up in the center of town with the 3-horn and the wagon and all the modifications, and all of you can feel free to climb inside if you're leaving today. It is about 5 p.m. Zep, you have suffered 1 point of exhaustion at this point. You are
need to
feeling it.
sleep.
My entire headphone or my entire microphone thing just fell off the desk.
I saw it was rather
I
funny.
saw something hit you, yeah.
Was it with Roach? Like,
Well, this is
breaking down
quite
midstream?
a contraption.
Yes.
And then she just looks at Zep asleep.
This is.
I like how we're more
Darcy.
interested in the.
This is her favorite food, cabbages. Yes, Darcy. Good girl.
Darcy? I thought its name was Sarah.
They said her name was Darcy.
Oh, that's the 3-horn from
Land Before Time.
Land Before Time. The 30 of those.
So many of
Which
them.
are older than pretty much everybody in here, except maybe like me and Will.
No, they came out with one like 2 years ago.
No, there's the first ones are 80s.
Yeah, no.
I watched them as a kid.
Early 90s. Early 90s. First one came out in like 92.
I don't
91.
remember them. Put it that way.
But yes,
I've seen them, but I don't remember when they were released already.
seeing this wagon and the work that Zep has put into it, and all the work that he did today, I am of utmost confidence that it will work fabulously.
Well, that's good. Should we head out in the morning?
I believe perhaps Zep requires a little bit of sleep. He seems to have been quite busy, so yes.
I'm going to be spending.
You just hear like the gentle sound of snoring from inside the wagon.
Almost a little snot bubble.
I believe he is already asleep.
Yeah.
Well,
Online again.
if it's okay with you, Zedaar, I'd like to get some gold so I can scribe this spell.
Okay, fine.
120 of it will do.
Sorry, we'll just give you the 150 you asked for earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the 150 has already been moved from the party fund to
Okay.
pay for that.
Then Ruby is going to scribe Lehman's tiny hut the evening, or
Nice.
that day, I guess.
Yeah, I would say that's already done.
Excellent. After this one comes Find Familiar, but we'll get to that one later.
Do I need to roll for education?
Yes, give me an education one, which was give me your intelligence. Give me an intelligence roll. And I will roll for Johanna.
Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah. Mordred just sucked up for everybody's luck.
Sorry, but it was worth it.
You did save us a lot of money.
Saved you a lot of
So did Zedaar. Wasn't just me.
Saved you a lot of money, yes, and also got you a motorized wagon pulled by a small triceratops. Like,
We all contribute something.
Say that again, but slower.
Motorized wagon pulled by a triceratops. Yes.
Yeah.
Technically, can it do
you're also
itself?
just in luck because I just rolled a natural 20 for Johanna. So despite your lackluster,
Hey!
she's more pushing you with questions. You feel like it's one of those scenarios where she's just woken up with
Yeah,
that.
if you've
sort
ever
of
had a
vigor
kid-
to learn. That
I've
also
been teaching
just
a kid, that
question
happens.
everything, and you're like, yeah, that's right. Ah, wow. Okay, and, yeah, she's actually just talking to you in common pretty well now. Like,
Yeah. Have this language down in a week. Or 2. I don't know how long she's been with the party.
6
at this point,
days.
6 days.
All right, tomorrow. It's her test.
It's a word you will come to dread. Test.
No, I'm not going to do it standardized.
Are you are you all just staying in an inn again? Are you staying with the wagon? What's the plan, guys?
I'm
Staying with the wagon.
Sleeping in the wagon.
I'll sleep in the wagon as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna get an inn because the wagon seems really crowded and uncomfortable so far.
Yeah, Ruby's going to be in the inn.
I can't. Was it a silver piece for the rooms?
Yes.
Yeah. So take a silver if you're sleeping in the inn. If you're in the wagon, sleep in the wagon. There's no beds in the wagon yet.
Didn't we
I got a
say
bedroll.
it was a silver piece for the inn, but we split it. It was 3 rooms because we were just bunking up together, wasn't it? We had
it
all
was like a three.
we had there was the ladies were in one room and the guys split between 2
four
others.
beds per room for a silver piece.
Yeah, we'll just do that again. We can take that out of the party fund, can't we? Or you know what? I think I have some spare silvers.
We paid 2 silver already. We got like 8 beds. We're good.
Oh, okay.
Braun is
I have
just
spare.
enamored with the 3 horn and is just there stroking it. Like, but yes, morning arises. You pack your things, tie things to the cart, and for the first time again, you get ready to hit the road. Who is piloting the vehicle? So who is at the front at the reins? You can have up to 3 people can sit at the front. Now that there's the boiler on the roof, we can have maximum 5 people on the roof, but comfortably 4.
I'll be on the roof.
Then comfortably 6 inside, sat or standing, but not lying down. Like it's kind of like if we're doing side to side seating, if you like nab some stools or whatever from a local furniture shop, you can do that.
So I guess that would depend. Depending on how we want to pilot this, Midge, would it be, say, like a land vehicle proficiency check, or could you get by with using animal handling to direct Darcy?
So with the, it's going to be difficult. So there's going to be 2 checks. Like go less.
I mean, is the engine on all the time? Because if you're just using the...
Because the rear wheel is like... The way I'm doing it is the rear wheel driving engine makes it easier for the Triceratops. And takes like a pressure off of the weight of the vehicle with this amount of people and items and baggage and etc. So it will be mainly an animal handling check from the person at the front, and then some sort of check for whoever's manning the boiler.
And is this something where we're going to have to do it, X amount of times, or is there something where when it comes up a situation that may require a check, we have to make it? It's not just all the time.
It'll be an initial check to get going, and then if something comes up.
There's one thing I would like to say. I do not know how to pilot these things. Most of my piloting skills are up there, but I would like to learn. So I would like some practice.
I have never been very good with animals of this size. Most of my time around larger creatures has been not productive. I should probably not be so close to Darcy.
I am at one with the creatures of my land, and I believe I will have a good rapport with Darcy.
Seems to be a fairly docile monster.
Darcy is good.
No,
That noise, it scares me.
life finds a way. And stop.
Just copyrighted.
So, first 3 notes.
Sorry.
Chaos theory.
Okay, who gets to pose as Jeff Goldblum half naked on a table? There you go.
But yes. So you begin. So whoever is driving, so to speak, will need an animal handling check, and whoever's at the boiler will give me either a strength for like loading coal and keeping it tapped into that way, or an intelligence check. Either one.
I will do intelligence, but again, I would like this to be considered to be learning vehicle, land vehicle thing too.
I suppose I should try and be learning animal handling too, because technically I'm not proficient in it.
Oh well, yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh no!
All right, guys, let's go out. It goes right down the road.
We're gonna find out real quick how good that welding was.
You had all that good luck at the start. You had to pay for it. This is
It's a new invention.
Why are these klaxons going off? What's the red light for?
Ah, the red light. I knew I forgot something.
Is it supposed to be whining like that?
You got a red light on that hoist right
Zedaar,
there.
Give me the animal handling check if you're the one driving.
Okay.
Need damage control teams down to the engine.
I think I understand what the problem here is. I put the drive on the wrong way around. It is currently dragging the other way.
So,
That scene at Independence Day pulls back.
Rips the axle out.
So, okay, you set off as a group. Somebody let me know who's
Or choice
in the
words.
vehicle as well.
Set off.
But you do set off. And you guys are going towards Norwhisky, right?
Along that road, due
to
east.
the east. Yes. Okay. Towards
Yes.
Norwhisky. So you set off, and you get about 10 minutes or so into the journey when the boiler goes, and essentially too much coal has been loaded, not enough water, and it's kind of starting to run. The water has evaporated too quickly, and you'll need to. It's like you can continue going because the three-horn can pull the vehicle. It's weighted well enough for it to pull the vehicle. It's just you won't be gaining the speed benefits until you refill the water, essentially. It got too hot, way too hot, too quickly, and just boiled off.
I was too energetic about loading this thing.
You were watching, you were watching the new leather belts go around on the system, pushing the two larger rear wheels with the smaller wheels there in front, and you were like, "It's working," and then you took your eyes off the boiler for too long.
In hindsight, this got to be hell to ride in because it's a medieval. It's like a tech level, just like Renaissance.
There is no shocks on this at all.
There's no shocks. There's no sound isolation between the engine and everything. So the belts are squeaking as they go. It's leather belts on wood dowels, essentially.
Zed, what is happening back there?
Nothing good. It is a little bit too hot, and I need some water to spray on this thing. No, wait. If I spray water, then maybe it will expand and blow up. You may
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Do we need this?
Zedaar will stop the wagon for a moment. It's going to climb into the back and look at it.
That is problematic.
So
Does it need water or does it not need water?
It does not need water. It just needs some time to cool.
Take coal out
down
of it.
and then more water. Essentially, is what it.
Take coal out of it. What is that?
Just hot potato.
It's actively on fire.
Hot potato and flaming
That's a job
coals.
for Valmir.
If you need to, I can. I cast what's called Mage Hand, and can I get the Mage Hand to pick up a piece of coal?
That's
Just
a good
flick it out,
fantasy.
Mage hand can still take damage, right?
Yeah, it has.
It depends on how you roll it. It's ethereal and incorporeal.
I think Mage Hand doesn't have HP, but the Unseen Servant specifically states it has like 1 HP or something like that. So yeah.
Then you're gonna throw the coal out into the side of the road.
Yeah,
Hopefully
You can just throw the flaming coals out. Is that what you're doing with the mage hand, just so it cools down?
Hopefully it's rained recently. Otherwise, we have a whole nother problem.
I have one of the coals. I was like, if you need me to take the coal out, then it is doable. But where am I going to put the coal?
The floor would be the best place.
No,
away from the cart.
It's wood.
Just gather.
This is very hot. It will burn whatever.
Yeah, but I'm imagining the furnace is probably. Oh, actually, where would the furnace be?
We haven't. The logistics, the infrastructure of putting this out has not been dealt with.
This is why you need prototypes before you just start building tanks.
You may want to hurry up. I only have the hand for about 1 minute.
This is a Mark IV. We're in a Mark IV. We're this close to suffocating ourselves inside this damn thing.
You're not in a Mark IV. You're in the original tank.
We're gonna whip it.
Caterpillar.
What was it? What was
it's like a Mark One. I think it was a Mark One. It was what they called it.
No.
I will put a plank of wood on the floor leading to the exit. Just throw it down that plank of wood like it's a slope, and then Braun can sit at the other end and kick the coals away. Do it quickly enough; it will not burn.
We don't put the water in.
I will put the coal back in the furnace. And then recast Mage Hand, so I've got another minute of it.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna try and lob coals on.
Okay, so my
plank
imagination is
shoots.
that the boiler is on the roof right now with the exhaust above that, and then the furnace is actually inside. Would probably be how I'd rule it, like under where the opposite side of the wall to where the ladder is. Where on the diagram I sent you it says bench. I'm guessing it's where that bench is.
I just lob it out the window.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, yeah, probably.
And then
We just let it burn off, like in the furnace.
You can't just leave it in there.
We could just leave it here and wait for it to cool down and the three-horn can drag us along for until this cools down.
Ruby, you have the ability to start fires, right? Could you just put the fire in the furnace out?
Start is not gonna stop.
Do you have control flame? That's what he's asking.
Not a spell.
Prestidigitation can also put out bonfires.
Yeah.
Put out a call fire.
Hold on.
After a few goes at it, she does get the fire out.
This is a bonfire and a coal fire. Problem is reflash.
So this will need a little bit of extra tinkering.
Whole place is
Excellent.
covered in white smoke now inside.
This is the first attempt. I mean, you built this out of a box of scraps
Zedaar,
in a village.
in a cave.
Zep, I have a question. What's the boiler for? What is this whole contraption used for?
It is a way of turning heat into power, so we can attach it to the wheels and make the wheels constantly move.
Okay, but why have why have Darcy if we're going to do that?
And I just point out that this failed, so that is why we have Darcy.
Yeah, this specific reason.
Yeah. If you combine the two of them, then the work put on Darcy is reduced.
I
And
suppose
we will
that makes it go much further.
faster.
Then.
Yeah.
Plus, it is just cool.
Why don't we, as a team, we could just have Darcy pull most of the time and have this kind of function as like a 19th century icebreaker where they only turn the engine on when there's no wind or when they need the extra power. So if we're going up a hill or we need extra control or something like that, we can turn the boiler
The
on.
problem with coal
My
fire is
thought is when there is an incline that we must ascend, then it will be of great help then.
the problem is the coal fire is not binary. It's not just on or off.
I mean, you're a fire mage.
Yeah, I mean,
I am not an engine worker.
You can just cast the fireball inside the furnace.
These are the problems that I would rather catch now than when we actually need to make haste.
Yeah, I mean we're only about 2 minutes out of town, so this yeah, I mean, I can see it right now.
Yeah, you're about 15 minutes out. You're just like.
All I'm going to say is I hope. Thunder.
well, I think we
I hope
can
nobody catches
continue
dysentery.
going. What is dysentery?
You really don't want to know the answer to that question.
But my hope is that this will be able to power other things in the future, not just wheels.
You have many ideas.
I don't think it's gonna take off.
That is the greatest compliment you have paid.
I mean,
gonna get us started going again.
maybe if it had wings, it could take off, but I don't know.
This is
Why would you need it? Magic, horses.
We're
Here to
moving.
stay.
We're
So
going.
you see, I have this idea where if we place a large plank in spirals on the top, powered by the steam engine, then this will be able to rise into the sky.
You're a madman.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Is there a way you can make it quieter?
Yeah, it was kind of loud.
Silence or something.
I suppose that is something I could do in time if I could figure out how to enchant the engine with a silence spell.
I mean, couldn't we just get some goose down or feathers and just kind of make like a wall
With fire.
around it?
Sure. Yeah.
Feathers are very flammable.
It's already, if there's fire outside of the furnace, we have more problems than that.
Well, let's not compound them, Darius.
This is just the first attempt at putting these things on the wagon. It is not ideal, but we had maybe an hour to do this before we needed to leave. I was planning to continue working as we traveled.
We are the HMS Terror.
Speaking
We
of,
have a useless engine weighing us down that we can only use for like a day. It does nothing.
speaking of travel, let us get Darcy to start pulling us again.
I'm trying. We keep
We're already
talking.
moving.
Yeah.
She's been going this entire time.
Yeah. Zedaar is just yelling back at you from the front seat.
But yes, who is where in the vehicle? Just so I know.
I'm up on the
Probably
roof
in the
doing
furnace
the lookoutness.
Okay.
Rui's probably in the furnace room, making sure the fire doesn't go everywhere.
Spot stopping fires to hop out of the
You're in the
furnace.
back of the main wagon area.
Yeah, same. I'm trying to work out what went wrong and why.
I'm going to have to get something that's a little more breathable than these robes if I'm going to be working in a hot furnace all day.
Darius, where are you?
I'm with wherever Johanna is. So making sure she's okay and not being
Johanna's actually asked to sit next to Zedaar, both to watch the world go by and also to. She's just enamored with the three horn. She's like, what is this? Like she's seen horses before, but what is this?
I guess as we're driving, Zedaar will be giving the exact same lecture that he was giving to the workers back in town to her, teaching her about this creature.
But you can fit 3 on the front, so Darius, if you want to be there, you can be there.
Sure, yeah. Right,
so
shotgun.
Darius, Johanna, and so Johanna in the middle and Zedaar on the right, or Johanna on one side, Darius on the other, with Zedaar in the middle, either or. Braun's gonna elect to stand essentially sit where the mount, the gun mount would be, or the crossbow mount would be, looking out as well. So if Valmir's at the back by the ladder and he's at the front, you've got people watching at both sides. I'm guessing Darius's peons are also in the inside area, just kind of chilling.
Yeah, kind of chilling. I guess they don't have a lot to do. They're maintaining my stuff.
They could shovel coal.
Into an unlit furnace.
I'm not saying right now. I'm saying in the future. They were probably helping me with this one up until now.
They don't work for you. They don't work for you. They work for me.
It is a suggestion.
But this road's pretty wide and pretty well traveled. It's paved. It's 2 carts wide, so you can get one going each way. Someone in the party give me a D20, a luck check.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I was gonna say, do it, Lambert. Come on, Lambert. Let's have you do it.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, maybe it would have been better.
I got confidence in you, Lambert. We're gonna turn it around.
You get about halfway down about 2 hours into your journey in the morning, and it starts to rain pretty heavily.
Yeah, it tracks.
And you also.
Hey, at least we fill up the boiler again with water.
Yeah, you could if you accurately can get the barrels that you use to fill the boiler and have them on the roof and start filling.
Yep.
Yeah, so you can start doing that. Won't fill instantly, but yeah. The journey is pretty straightforward.
If Ruby is going to be in the furnace room, she's probably gonna hempen up her dress to take the sleeves off, and more like wearing boots and a pair of what looks to be not stockings but leggings to help deal with the heat. Mm-hmm. It's hot.
Mm-hmm. There's also just as a note, remember there's 2 storage chests in here. There isn't any beds or anything, so if anyone wanted to set up sort of sleeping areas or do any renovations to this when you make camp, just be aware and do let me know if you have plans for that.
Why don't we just set up a kitchen nook?
Just
like have a stove.
Yeah,
you have a furnace. Put
yeah.
a stove top on it.
I'm sure charcoal will make everything taste great.
I mean,
who cares?
At this point in history, people were begging for things to not taste smoky. That was the purpose of isolating and cooking surfaces and stuff like that was the big deal back then. So, yeah, we would charcoal.
Yeah, but it's doable, and the day's travel goes pretty well.
Wet.
How long are you guys planning to travel for this day? Are you traveling all of the daylight hours, or are you trying to get what's the plan here?
Does Darcy look to be okay with the moisture? Is the dinosaur more I don't know? Is it a dry is it used to a drier climate than this?
I think I'd probably be happy. It's just a big reptile.
It's pretty fine.
It's not though. It's a giant bird. That's the actual. that's what a dinosaur is.
They're neither. This is a point.
They descended from birds, or no, not backwards.
Yeah, literally the other way around. I'd be fine with water.
Yeah, she's pretty fine with water, and also doesn't need to stop very often. But you've noticed when you finally do come to stop, she does eat and drink a lot, but it's always She'll go for a long time and then consume and store, sort of thing. But she seems pretty okay. You travel at about 6 miles an hour. No, 5 because of the rain and the lack of the boiler today. But you've got enough water to refill the engines, so that's fine as well. And yes, you get some of the way to Norway. You don't get all the way there because it's about 100 mile by the time it's end of day, and you find a little area that's kind of already like. It seems to be an area where a lot of caravans normally stop. You find an empty sort of dried bit of earth just off of the road, where there's a little road off of it, and it's like in a rundle. There's a slight hillock around it. It seems to be almost like an area that's been set up for traders to pull over in. You see the remnants of an old fire pit. Should you wish to stop there, or you can try and find an area to stop yourselves to make camp for the night.
Oh God, all I'm getting in my head is just one of those crappy like public campsites in like the Appalachians, where they have those like stupid fire pits that are all pre-set up that are always like you never want to go near them.
Basically,
filled with trash.
But you can make camp there, or you can try and find yourself a location.
I'm too busy making repairs. I do not really even realize that we have stopped, or will be.
I imagine Zedaar would just be like, "Oh, look, a campsite. Let's just stop here."
Okay. You stop there. You unfurl the bolts of waterproof cloth and and hang them from the sides of the wagon. Essentially, you can. I'm guessing you'll want one off one side, one off the other, and maybe one off the front, and you can set up essentially a tented caravan house area, like with overhangs and things. So you can
set up the overhangs with stakes so that we can hold the ends up, and then ropes holding the stakes in place.
Yeah. But you set up essentially a mobile campsite out of the back of your wagon, using the wagon at the center, but also it means you can stand on top of the wagon and see over your tents, and it's pretty defensible as well. But you get that set up.
Midge, I forgot as I was painting. Can I get the cheapest longbow? Could I have gotten the cheapest longbow I could physically find in town during our
Yeah, you can find one. You can find a longbow at book price.
At book price. Okay, I don't. Give me a second.
I think it's 50 off the top of my head.
For a longbow, I guess is there just a bow? The cheapest bow you can find.
Short bow would be much cheaper.
Short bow would be. I'm just trying to find it here. Short bow, 25 gold pieces.
Yeah, and you need ammunition, obviously.
Yeah, I'll just get a bundle of arrows. Can I get that? I don't need anything fancy.
It's at you were a well-stocked trade town that is also in a constant state of war.
1 gold for 20.
Yeah, also in a constant state of war with the nation state next to it. They're bound to have weapons and supplies readily available.
Well, even not, like, short bow would be good for hunters, so I imagine you can find that just about anywhere.
Longbow is 50, short bow 25.
Yeah, I'm just going to, so gold piece, that's 26 gold pieces. That's going to cost for arrows and bow. I want to hunt. When they're getting everything set up, I'm going to go out and I'm going to actually I'm going to try and get something instead. Try and bag something.
So yeah, you are in a very forested region. So give me a survival check and we'll see how you do.
I will go with him because he got lost last time and he may need it.
Just give me a second.
And if Valmir is going with you, you can take the help action.
Yes. There you go.
Okay.
I just give you advantage and you can roll for me. Fantastic.
Hey,
Lambert's playing the
back.
system. If you never have to roll, you can't roll bad.
Hey,
So
Lambert,
survival.
just stop taking levels in Warlock or Fighter. Start taking levels in Rogue and become a Mastermind Rogue and just do Help as the bonus action.
Just help constantly.
Use Help as a bonus action. Just give everyone advantage.
You do it at range too. You're basically shouting
You
instructions.
find a number of rabbits, enough to supplement like half of the party's food for the evening.
Yeah, no, it's just sprinkle around there. Yeah,
Unfortunately,
because
you
we've
don't
got
find
enough
any
rations.
larger- Yeah.
No, we've got enough rations to keep us alive for a while, but it keeps us.
We still have-
Yeah.
We still have
provides
food and
us-
water.
Yeah, we got that too. So, well, yeah.
Which is a
Your war
point.
waffles.
Yeah, our war waffles. Well, if you're hunting for rabbit and stuff, we can just make meat and cheese and kind of use it to make sandwiches.
Yep.
The waffles are also there too. We can always have some good waffles.
Waffles
I
and
will have
rabbit.
waffles.
Waffles and rabbit.
I mean, that is I'm chicken and waffles, rabbit and waffles. Like I'm sure there's a precedent for it.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
And
See, people say it, but that does not taste like chicken. Rabbit does
it
not
gets
taste
to
like
about
chicken.
midnight. Well, no, sorry, not midnight. About 10 p.m. The sun's very much gone down at this point. Well, it's like the last light has passed when another wagon pulls into this caravan area.
And I wanted to say as a precedent, I would untack Darcy whenever we make camp so she can kind of roam a little bit and graze. And I would also make a point of giving her 2 cabbages whenever we stop, just for, putting pulling this damn wagon all damn day.
She's mighty happy and chomps down. It's kind of unnerving because the way she eats the cabbage is almost whole because of the shape of her beak. It kind of breaks it into takes the main middle chunk out and leaves 2 slight side halves, which it then picks up and eats.
That's kind of the way what is it? A hippo eats a
watermelon.
Just kind of crushes it.
It's kind of that. It's kind of the crush factor.
Yeah.
But
For a
she's
second, I was going to say we
trained
should
to pull, and
high her
she's
up, but there's no way we can
trained
keep
to,
her in one
not run
place.
away. So she's just she's kind of ambling on one of the sort of mounds of natural earth that was cleared to level this place out. She's kind of eating some of the grass there as well. When another wagon pulls in, the wagon is purple painted with swirls of it seems to be lighter paints. It's kind of hard to see in the night, but it looks to be almost starscape and circular patterns over it. And yeah, it pulls up with seems to be a humanoid in long robes at the helm. It's pulled by a horse, who then untacks and gets inside and sort of courteous waves, lights a couple of lamps on the outside, and when they light the lamps, you actually see the sign, and you see Woodram's sorcery in filigree over the side before they climb in the back and go in. It's a completely. It's very similar to your shape car. Is that sort of closed carriage, looking with a side paneling. But they get in and set their camp for the evening. But Zep, you are doing repairs, I see.
Yep.
Give me a tool proficiency check. See how you do.
Because in my notes I had everything worked well except for the condenser, which I think I rolled poorly on.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's it didn't work. It would work. It's just it need refinements.
24.
Take away 10 more gold pieces of crafting material, and you get it to a better working standard where you don't think it's just gonna pop out or blow up or be the issue. It's still not the best, but you've made it as best as this one could be done without being completely remade with a forge.
Cool.
Is anyone else doing anything this evening?
Well, if nobody else is going to investigate this cart, Zedaar will make a point of kind of going over and giving a knock and saying hi. Before he does this, because he realizes we are technically trying to be careful here, I'm going to cast Detect Evil and Good before I approach the cart.
Could you drop that in the chat for me to give me a
Sure, I absolutely can. That's Cure Wounds, that's not Detect Evil. Okay, whoopsie. Come on, why won't it let me grab? There we go, there we go.
Detect Good and Evil. Yeah, for the duration, you know if there's any aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as long as the creature is located. Okay, you get a hit on this. You get a number of both fey and elemental.
Coming from the cart?
Inside of the cart.
Okay. Zedaar was just gonna give looks like,
this sorcery woodland individual, I'm going to talk to him if someone wants to come along.
I will come. I will make myself look like a dragonborn.
And I will climb on Braun's shoulder, but I will stay with our cart.
just make a way over, just gonna give a back of the cart.
You hear a yes?
We are the individuals you are sharing the campsite with. We were just wondering if you have a moment to talk.
But one moment. You hear like scrambling pots and pans, sort of a hit of the head. And he finally comes out. And instead of coming to the back door, he opens the side panel, and this is clearly a traveling merchant of some sort. And as you open it seems, and he lights a candle, you see all sorts of like spell components. There's a number of cages at the back with what seem to be some magical creatures. There's a couple of items hanging up. It just seems to be a traveling merchant. Greetings, my name is Atlas Woodrum, and this is my cabinet of curiosities and moving mobile sorcery emporium.
A pleasure. I am Zedaar. This is...
He'll let Valmir introduce himself.
I am Valar.
So what do you look like right now, Valmir?
Silver Dragonborn.
Okay, so good. Tall Dragonborn? Interesting. So far from Atria.
You are familiar with our homeland.
I am worldly beyond my years, and I have done a few closed-circuit caravan journeys around the other continent, but naturally, yes, I am familiar with Atria.
Curious. Well, we just saw you stop and I was curious to inquire. Where are you heading to, if I may ask?
Oh, I'm heading to Colchester. I'm due to board a ship there, all the way around into Othery before making port in Belvelize and heading up to the capital of Pitville to sell some wares.
I see.
What
These
wares will you sell?
All sorts of curiosities and anything an aspiring mage or an entrepreneur of the arcane might need. And you look around with some of this. Give me an insight check, both of you.
I'm technically good at this.
I'm just gonna immediately apologize for this.
Roll a 5. You rolled better than I did.
Nice.
Valmir,
I knew it. The curse is over. I'm calling it now. The curse is over.
Valmir, you look around and you're like, some of this is genuinely like magical possible magical items and stuff that a practitioner of the arcane would need. It is utter bollocks.
Like all shite.
Yeah, it's like fool's gold kind of stuff you'd
It's
sell
a mix
to
of
kids.
snake oil and real magic.
Yeah, it's a mix of snake oil and real magic. Exactly that. This person clearly has various tonics and potions that you've never heard of, that you don't think are real. And then intermingled there are some that you're like, actually, that could have something to it because those ingredients sound correct, kind of thing. Or so it's a mixed bag. This person has clearly like bolstered their supply with less scrupulous means, in other words, to swindle peasants, etc.
Not something I may need, but I know, Ruby! You might be interested in this.
Also, Zedaar, give me a perception.
Perception. I will do this as well.
I'm only at... Yeah. You see it without too much issue. You see in like one of the cages at the back, it's like more of a glass cage and everything. Bouncing around seems to be this like... You see the flitter of wings, but it's mainly like an orb of light as well, kind of hitting the side, going... And that is where the pinging of your Fae was coming from. Using your...
This guy's got Navi in a jar.
Hey, listen!
Must be soundproof, otherwise he'd be screaming, hey, listen at us, yeah.
Tinkerbell, no!
Hop out of the wagon and saunter on over. Yes, what?
Well, this individual here says he claims to have many different types of creatures and wares for the magically inclined. I thought you might be interested.
Ruby's gonna subtle cast detect magic.
Okay. You see... I'm just checking one thing with detect magic.
I like to imagine her eyes kind of flash red for a moment as the magic kind of consumes them like night vision goggles before they kind of just go back to their normal look of green.
Yeah, you see a number of magical items in front of you. Some hanging up, some not. There seems to be a wand that gives off a little bit of a thing, as well as a ring that he has in a cabinet at the back. The creature that's bouncing around in the glass cabinet, big old magical aura on that.
The fairy?
You might, maybe. You don't know.
Can I figure that out?
Yeah, like what check would it be? Arcana? Maybe?
Arcana or nature?
Same for me. I'll roll nature if she's rolling Arcana.
From what you can both kind of devise from it, it's probably a pixie that seems to be captured there.
Oh, if I die, will it restore me to full health?
And
It is in a bottle, to be fair.
It is in a bottle, you guy.
Well, and if you inquire, he lets you know that it is a pixie, and he's using it to harvest pixie dust.
Seems unethical.
Are you there, Darius?
No, that was Roach commenting on.
That was Roach commenting.
Okay.
That was Roach commenting on your world building. Go ahead.
Wow.
I mean-
Okay.
Listen, it's a world. There are unethical people in it. Like,
Yeah. No.
Like all of us.
How else do you farm pixies?
I don't know. I have never tried.
What
Tried
is
to milk a
it?
pixie?
That's not a mental image I needed. Thank you. What is the wand and the ring and the pixie?
So the ring is a let me have a look. It is a what are they called?
I don't know. You haven't told me yet.
Sorry, I'm
We need to know what they do before we can know what they're called.
Ring.
Okay. It is a ring of it is a ring of sun. It's a ring of summon elemental. And it has limited. It's limited in what usage. And if you inquire, it has 2 casts of. You can either summon an air, earth, fire, or water elemental using this ring's power, and it is a bonus action, and it can bring in the elemental, which will serve you for an hour before it dissipates.
Does it require concentration to maintain a link to it?
It does.
Yeah. And how much is this ring?
It is being sold.
Yeah, probably way more than everything we've got.
We can sell the card.
300? Yeah, sorry. And what's the wand?
Totally usable.
The wand is a wand of, again, looking for the name. Apologies. It is a wand of binding.
That is actually a fairly handy wand, if I remember.
Correct.
That's one that has hold monster and hold person on it.
Correct. Yes.
Among other things.
You can also, it also has the assisted escape ability, which is, whilst holding the wand, you can use your reaction to expend 1 charge and gain advantage on the saving throw you make to avoid being paralyzed or restrained. And they are selling that at 500 gold, I believe.
Also more than everything we've got.
Yeah.
It would be something you would have to pool for, yes. But there's also all sorts of components. There's a number of potions available.
I think I'm pretty good on my potions end. Everybody else might need something.
I do not need the potions. I make do with magic.
Do you have a potion of healing?
Yes, I have. I have several.
I would like one, please.
He says, okay, 27 gold pieces.
You have one that works.
Is that, yeah. You still have stuff to detect magic on. Does detect magic detect healing potions?
Yes. See, would Valmir know that though? Because you only know that that's super cheap because it's you as a player.
No, we bought healing potions before.
The healing potions in Retbury, I think, went for like 40 gold pieces.
Yeah, so that's
After a discount.
They did.
Still a markup. Yeah.
That seems remarkably cheap.
What can I say? I provide a good service.
Does he have any
Can I make an insight check on that?
Absolutely.
big shit in a jar.
Does he have any blank wands with no spells
Natural
on them?
20.
He seems to have you take a look around as well as the dice. Like, this guy clearly has when he says several, he brings up a tray of literally about 30 potions of some of them look like they could be actual potions of healing. Others look like watered down potions of healing. Some of them look like water and red coloring. Like, it's it's a mixed bag.
Looking at them, do I recognize which ones would be efficient and which ones would just be a waste of 27 gold pieces? Knowing that I do not have any skill in herbalism whatsoever.
Yeah, would detect magic find that out as well?
Technically, a basic healing potion is not magical. A basic healing potion. It's
Basic
just
healing
it's like
potion
a
would not clear up anyway. So it would probably be another. Give me a medicine check, Zedaar.
Things I'm not proficient in, but I'm okay at, so I'll do that.
Yeah.
17.
You see a couple that would be the correct ones. However, if you, the real challenge is going to be able to guide the shopkeeper and this conversation to those, in a way that they don't realize that you're making sure you get the good ones. If that makes sense.
Looking at them, Zedaar is just kind of squinting, and then up the guy.
So is it just pick the one you want?
He kind of stumbles and mumbles for a moment. And he's like, "How many are you looking for?"
He'll look at Valar.
Well, I'm after just one. But I need to be sure that I am not being swindled, you know?
They seem fine to me.
Yeah, I know. Zedaar will reach over, and almost like he's closing his eyes, like he's playing eeny, meeny, miny, mo with which potion he's gonna grab.
Mm-hmm.
Can I try and grab a legitimate one?
Roll me 2d4.
2d4, okay.
Yeah.
7.
You grab one that looks legitimate.
You're just like,
this one seems sufficient to me.
And he kind of glares at you and goes, 27 gold pieces.
Why have them?
Here you go.
Why not just have all the shit ones in one box? Just like, of course I have a whole bunch. Take the one from here. Like,
I'll hand over 27 gold. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I will hand the potion to Valmir.
He doesn't want to call you out because then also he'll get called out for his probably. So he kind of just went, "I'll take the loss on this one."
I pretended to play eeny, meeny, miny, mo with them. Like
you did indeed. But he kind of cottoned on, but also didn't want to make a scene. So give yourself a push to heal.
Well, thank you for this. Yours are interesting. Just curious to see someone traveling with such magical paraphernalia like yourself.
Oh, well, I've been traveling and selling my entire lifetime. My cousin is a world-renowned arcane practitioner. My father was a pretty good one. I am mediocre at best, so I went into the business side of things.
I see. Well, perhaps we'll meet each other again on the road in our travels.
Perhaps indeed. And he just slams shuts the windows, and you just hear grumbling.
Sorry, just kind of turns around like,
I think I offended him. It was not my intention.
I'm not too unhappy about it. How is my accent?
You did not sound like a native.
Don't quit your day job.
Well, hopefully it was passable.
It was fine. I do not think he realized.
I'm gonna go back to our cat then.
technically, that is your day job. You infiltrate.
DM, Ruby is going to start working on putting together a magic item, or at least start the process. Specifically, she's going to start crafting a wand of fireball.
Do you have any of the materials required to enchant?
That's entirely up to you on what that is required.
Okay, so you'll need the wand.
A blank wand and presumably something else to enchant it with. I have the spell.
You have the spell, so that element's covered. And then spell fireball.
Well, if it's actual fireball spell, then all I need is bat poop.
So yeah, you need the bat guano.
And sulfur, I think.
Bat guano, sulfur, and you also need there is another material when enchanting, which is what's it called? Okay, so yes, when enchanting, there is essentially you need the components required, the wand and the which
material
kind
component.
Of wand you get for the wand will obviously will relate to how many charges it can hold, and any of those kind of effects, and then it will be consuming the spell slot for when you're casting it to imbue it, and then an Arcana check will be on how good it goes, and that can also be improved on by various other enchanting resources, such as powders and balms, etc., which you could probably pick up from alchemists or specialized magic shops, etc.
Okay.
But technically, a wand could be made from getting wood and then basically giving it to your artificer to carve it in a way that would work as a wand, both in terms of ergonomics and also I'm sure the artificer will know how to, give it some runic sigils in order that you could empower and charge from the spell itself.
I need an empty wand as a depository for my spell, and then material components of which to cast the spell. Okay.
Yeah.
Zep.
Yeah. Hello.
She will hold up just not quite a random stick she found, but a decent-sized branch, and say, "I have a task for you, if you are so inclined."
Yeah, of course. Requires a branch.
I need a wand, a blank depository, so I can begin the enchantment upon it.
I think I can help with this, of course.
I'll let you know ahead of time. It is going to be a powerful wand. I'm going to enchant it to cast Fireball.
Give me an intelligence check.
Who?
Zep, sorry.
That would be a 16.
You look at the stick and you go, "Oh, this stick is very bare bones. You won't be able to hold many charges in, if not more than one." And you're like, "No, some more dedicated wood might need to be thinking of it." But you did pass. You're in a forest right now, and you know that there might be some trees nearby that might have a soft enough wood that you would be able to, fashion a really nice wand. And then if you take some time with it, you won't be able to get the ergonomics right. You feel like that if you were to, you could convert this random branch, but you feel like you might need some time to go and find something a little bit better for what Ruby is going for.
Yeah, so this branch would be of limited use in holding magic of that power. But we are in a forest, and there might be better sources of wood here that we can use.
I think we can do that as long as we don't offend the spirits again. Cast a glance somewhere around looking for Valamir.
But it is.
I'm around, but looking like myself now.
Ears burning.
It is nighttime, so who's taking watches? If you are taking watches at all. And yeah, if so, we'll roll on through. You'll probably have to go searching for wood in the daytime, but you can probably do that in the morning, Ruby and Zep, should you wish to.
I will take the middle watch because it would be darkest and I have the best night vision.
Yeah, Ruby will take the first watch.
Okay.
I guess I take the first watch because we established that we should have good perception checks on each watch.
So either Ruby and
Yeah, I forgot it takes a
Zedaar,
check.
or either Ruby and Zedaar give me perception checks, or one can help the other.
Roll with your perception.
Hey.
Nice. Yeah, you keep a lookout, and your watch goes pretty uneventfully. You do hear some snoring coming from the wagon across from you at the campsite, but nothing else really matters. Wouldn't really affects you. Your Triceratops has actually crawled up underneath one of the overhangs and has fallen asleep. Kind
It's
of
adorable.
relatively close to where the cabbages are kept. She can clearly smell them. So who's on second
Spring
watch?
up like with a bear or something
That's
on the tree.
That's the curiosity. Can I create cabbages with Create Food and Water? And I imagine, considering the palette they have, they wouldn't be able to really tell a difference.
You probably could.
I'm gonna make a point of doing that now. Whenever I create food and water, I'm gonna make sure I make a couple of cabbages for Darcy.
Okay. Valmir.
Don't shake your head at me, Roach.
That was so close to being a 1. That was so close to being a 1. Holy shit. Oh. I see
Valmir.
everything.
You're ruining the streak.
Valmir, you
Good.
Valmir, it gets about halfway through your watch, and you notice another wagon coming down the road. It's lit by lanterns, and as it gets closer and closer, you notice that it seems to be armored.
I choke on something while I watch.
And it goes past. It doesn't stop. As you go to, they are going at a brisk pace. They are here. You can hear them, and the horses are just going. It is this wagon is speeding past you back towards Kotrosin.
Which direction do they go?
So they're coming from where you're heading to where you've just come from. So
When I believe that they are getting perhaps within... No, I'm not. Never mind. I'm just going to watch.
and they just speed on past. Give me another perception check quickly.
Wow, this is really mean of you.
Yep.
Yeah.
You
Fun
make
while it
out-
lasted.
You make out that it had a shield of some sort of emblazoned symbol on the side. However, due to its speed and the trouble with the various lighting, you didn't make out what was on it.
I make a note to tell people when I wake up. But other than that, I just keep watching. And is there going to be someone after me or no?
There is one more watch. So who is on the final watch? Darius normally is. Anyone else?
Nep's gonna sleep through the night. He's exhausted.
I think Braun helps out with the last one.
Braun can.
Okay, then Darius take one advantage with Braun, or you can give Braun advantage.
I think I have a better perception than Ron.
Go for it.
I think you're wrong.
I think you're
We'll
wrong.
see.
Braun has,
I
This one
think
has a
it
+6.
doesn't matter.
yeah, but yeah, 22.
But Darius also rolls real good, so
It's about 5 a.m. Darius, when you hear a commotion coming down the road as well. I also realized, I apologize, there is town sounds in the background of this music right now.
I've been enjoying the fact that there's a blacksmith in the background.
We were just hearing Zep's dreams.
I've been so used.
It's a Ren fair going on around the campsite, so you just kind of.
I've been
Just
so
let it happen.
used to the soundtrack that it's kind of faded in now. I apologize for that. Darius, you see a small unit of what looks to be cavalry coming down the road.
Do they have like hooded lanterns, or are they searching, or is it more just like they're riding?
No, they're riding. It's also morning enough that they wouldn't need lanterns. You see about 10 horses and then some pack animals behind.
I'll let them go. Yeah, I don't think it's none of my business.
Give me another quick perception check as well.
Sure. With advantage again?
Yeah, go for it.
17.
You see, a lot of them seem to be in, like they're again in the very Reanian style armor, a lot of chain, but a lot of their uniforms are tinted with blue, and these seem to be more Huskarls. But they seem to they've got tints of blue, and then a couple of them had like you notice on their shields they've got the round shields with blue and white stripes as the background, and then a cross made of 2 lines and 2 lines on the front. Over the top of it are a deep red.
Are you telling me they're symbols of tic-tac-toe box?
No, it is this.
2 lines over 2 lines. I'm thinking tic-tac-toe.
Download. I will put it in the handouts. You see this.
Okay. Are these guys traveling by fast? I'm not there. No, sorry. I'm asleep.
You doing anything, Darius?
No, let them go past. They're not bothering us, so why should I bother them?
Okay, they continue through. They seem to be not. They're at a state. They're at a pace that is fast, but not like rush, hurried. But they seem to be moving.
Not like they just like sacked a town and are riding away from a town or anything like that, right?
No,
it's more just like they're traveling. They're traveling at a good pace.
With your background, considering the animals that they've got, and the cart seems to be got a few barrels and also has some pole arms and wrapped up tents. You think these are troops moving out somewhere?
Yeah. So we know there's something. There was something cooking up. So there's nothing. No new information really. Let them go. They got places to be.
Ruby is internally screaming in her sleep.
Why get mixed in with them?
But no. The rest of the check goes uneventful. Your watch goes uneventful, and everyone begins to rouse for the morning.
Waffles for breakfast, everyone.
Either I've been on the road too long, or I'm dreaming a horse clopping.
I have honey.
Yes.
Yes, you all can eat a meal of waffles and honey for breakfast, should you wish.
Is there butter?
Tasty.
Oh yeah.
Do we have butter?
Do you have butter?
We did not purchase butter, I'm afraid.
Syrup?
Honey
We have
is fine.
jams and honeys.
Can't you just make butter?
I do not imagine butter, considering the flavor that you're trying to get, would be good to associate with.
I mean,
Are you saying things you make are inferior to the real life thing?
I am saying they are bland but nourishing.
Uh-huh.
and butter is typically added to things to make it very flavorful.
Hmm.
I suppose I could make some, but I do not imagine it would be the same.
I can't believe it's
be
not
very nourished. Just be a very nourishing taste.
Quite literally, it's just I can't believe it's not butter.
It's vegan butter.
I can't believe it is not butter.
Well, no, what's that internet thing? It's like it's the diagram of I can't believe it's not our butter like derivatives, and it's just like one of them's like, what? Not butter is the name on the container.
During the night, I saw a speeding armored wagon coming from where we are going to back to where we came from. I believe it is part of this gathering of troops, perhaps to make an assault on Redbury or go and deal with the issue of the elven gentleman that we encountered.
It'd be the opposite. If they'd be going the other way if they'd already be to go to Ratberry. See, they'd want to go to a port, and we're going away from the coast.
I said they're going.
They were heading towards the port.
Oh, they were heading. Okay, so the horses and the wagon were going opposite directions.
No, they're all going to the port.
They're all heading
Oh, okay, I got that mixed around. Oh, okay.
This
I saw
is
something
news for
similar.
us, yes? It means that we will find potentially less armed individuals where we are going.
Yes, perhaps it would be to our advantage.
Interesting. The knights that I spoke to in Cotchison were also mobilizing. Apparently, there was some sort of incident in Retbury involving an ambassador.
Who would know anything about that? Not us. Okay.
It's a strange thing.
Yeah, I didn't wake
Indeed.
anybody up. There was a whole crew. There was a whole cavalry detachment moved past.
Surprised they didn't wake everybody up on the way past.
They weren't moving
I was
at,
tired.
They weren't moving at like a super fast pace, and like where you're camping is a little ways off the road, so
Okay.
it's like you're
We're
not,
literally
like,
sleeping
you're
like
not in,
next
like, the
to
middle of a
an
road.
engine.
Zep, do you want to spend some hours looking for that wood?
Yeah, this would be agreeable to me.
So give me either a nature check or an intelligence check.
I wonder which I'll choose.
Me too.
I mean, nature is an intelligence check.
Wait, it is?
Yes.
No, I'm not proficient anyway.
Same
I
wrong.
always assume that nature is wisdom.
You'd think.
Yeah.
It feels like it's a wisdom thing.
But nature is more of your encyclopedic knowledge of
Yeah.
nature, natural things, not your ability to interact with them, that'd be animal
It's
handling.
more like a botany or biology check than it is a.
Yeah. It's a lore check, so hence intelligence.
You've eventually come to this really. It's kind of on its own, but there's a lovely little birch tree which you could cut a branch off of, saw a branch off of, and whittle down into a wand.
This is the kind of wood that we need. You see that the bark is silver. This has some kind of special charge.
Are there already that are already fallen?
You probably want fresh wood. They will carve better. If it is already fallen, then it will be rotting.
Well, fair enough. Just hope we don't get attacked. Looking around suspiciously.
I'll follow. I'll
There's an elf woman in the bushes just saying, "You can't dodge this encounter forever."
I'm watching you, devil boy!
I will wave my hand across my face and make my glaive appear out of like purple smoke or something, like a magician, but really big glaive. And I will use it to swipe at a branch to cut it down. It is technically a magical weapon now, so it should be easily to get through wood.
Give me an attack roll.
could- Also have used a saw.
Quite literally have the tools for the job.
An axe, a saw.
I got this. I got this.
Natural one. You got that head
Natural
off.
one. Natural
Yeah, roll
one.
damage.
Still got this.
One.
Yeah, roll damage.
One.
Okay. You with the whomp, you take off a branch, hitting it at like one of the knuckles of the tree, and it just and you get a large branch which could be whittled down into a wand.
How dare you offend my forest? Ah, goddammit.
I'm going to look around. Like, I think I'm in the clear. Elf bitch ain't here.
You gotta branch with a really ragged cut.
No, this was clean. This was perfect. This was like
It's not meant for that.
It is magical bloody glaive. It'll be fine.
Looking at it, Zeb, you feel like you need to take off the end where it's being cut and like cut it down a little bit, and strip some of the side branches, because a blade isn't the same as like an axe cut.
That's like you cut it and there's still bits of the tree connecting both bits. It's not physically connected anymore, but there's strings and stuff. You gotta just
No, it was clean cut. It was clean cut. I got an 18.
You just forced you just forced it apart. You didn't cut it.
Magic bloody blade. Also infused.
I have the tools to fix.
We have the technology.
It would have been better if you Rob Starked it. You were just like hitting a tree with a
But
sword.
the peons have been cleaning up camp and taking down the overhangs and rolling everything back up and storing it on the side skirts of the cart and making sure everything's attached. And
I don't suppose I could find any bat guano while I was out.
give me a survival.
Wouldn't find it. You have to go to where they're at.
I mean, bats live in trees too.
Did I see any bats when I was taking watch?
Why won't it not let me roll?
Me as well?
Yeah, 15.
You find some guano, whether it is bat guano.
I need somebody approaching to nature. Is it clumps of shit or is it
smatterings?
I need to go to a magic shop. I feel
below a smatterings below a tree branch.
Zep, is this bat poop?
Why would I know this?
I got a feeling that you're a smart guy and you might know these things. I'd like to think it is a sorceress who casts fireball. She knows bat poop when she sees it.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it looks like it could be, but to be sure is harder because poo tends to look like poo.
Actually, Thaddeus, as the one who has been closest up to poo, does this look like poo?
Hit the hardest by it.
You are trying to use this for a spell, yes?
Crafting a
spell. So for reference, bat guano looks exactly like rabbit guano / any other guano ever. It's literally a pellet.
Yep.
I'm just saying, you are trying to use this for a spell, yes?
Craft a magic item, but yes.
So you have the other components you need to cast the spell?
Yes?
Then why don't you just try to use it to cast the spell? To see if it works.
Because it's a really dangerous spell and launching it into without... I also don't have any sulfur. I don't think I have any sulfur.
Do need to be very careful in how you use fire.
There's we've established there's big mounds of dirt on the outskirts of the camp from when this place was leveled, so you've basically got a range.
Could you not just send it airborne?
I don't have sulfur.
Then never mind.
Well, might as well. Then you got to keep it until you can confirm.
Yeah, you have to carry it around with you so you can see if it is actually bat guano or not.
I'll just go to a shop.
just carrying rabbit shit with you for 2 weeks, waiting and hoping it's bats.
I'm gonna be keeping an eye out
Is there
for
a
a
spell that uses rabbit shit that doesn't require sulfur? Try and cast that one.
I hate all of you.
I'm gonna knock.
I'm just trying to make our game better with magic items.
I'm going to knock on Mr. Woodrum's sorcery hut again.
If he's still here.
Yes.
That's Swindler.
I'm reminded that I might need something. You carry magical components, yes?
Yes.
Do you happen to have ruby dust?
Ruby dust.
Bat guano and sulfur as well.
I have tons of bat guano. I'm limited on my sulfur. And
It's all rabbit shit. It's all rabbit.
Yeah, self is harder to
I
fake.
do have a ruby I could turn to dust.
Bang, bang, bang.
That would work. I just need 50 gold pieces worth of ruby dust. So if it is a
Half hour.
with ruby,
Half hour
Give
to
me a
sledgehammer.
moment. Give me a moment.
And then you hear.
I have a hammer if you need it.
Need help? Need help?
You just hear thunk, grind, 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 thunk, grind, grind, grind. Just got a mortal and pestle back there.
All I see is the bug Edgar from Men in Black when he's got the thing in the car and he's just hitting it against the.
The repeated crushing sound does sound like a mechanical system of some sort. But it's just like a you just
An auto
Something
hammer.
grinder.
dunk 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 dunk. And then he comes back with a small bag.
Hearing that.
60 gold pieces.
So Dora's gonna raise an eyebrow that he doesn't have, I realize. 60 gold pieces. He's trying to get me back. Hold on, I'm gonna make an insight check. He's trying to get me back for shortcutting of the potion, isn't he?
Or it's half glass.
Oh no, I rolled like shit.
Glass.
Service charge for crushing it.
That's actually fair.
may I inspect it first to ensure its quality?
Yes.
I will inspect it to ensure its quality.
It looks to be ruby dust.
Very well, I will pay you the 60.
And he then he goes, "You wanted bat guano?" And he pulls up like, honestly, like a kilogram bag. It's just, you just hear a as a fly kind of flies out of it and then back in.
Yes, Ruby says Ruby, he has your bat guano. Why don't you handle this one?
I'm gonna walk away.
Bad guano and salt.
Not my business.
I have 25 gold pieces worth of sulfur and up to 100 gold pieces worth of bat guano.
Just enough
That's
for
a lot
one
of
cast.
How much?
Oh, excuse me. Enough for two casts.
And now we're full circle with the Jurassic Park memes of that's a lot of shit.
That's a lot of shit.
This one says just a tiny ball of bat guano and sulfur, unspecified amount.
Yeah, there's no gold piece value to the
There is not.
Spell. So how much?
How much back guano? I mean, how much guano did he say he had? 100 gold pieces worth or something?
A lot of shit.
He's just got a bag of holding of
He's
bat
got like
guano.
30 pounds of shit in his cart. How did you not smell that?
Like, let's clarify. 20 pounds of coal, 1 gold. What's the cost of it just to get coal versus bat guano?
He's got a cart behind his cart.
Of this stuff. He should be begging, please, I need to get rid of it. It's not selling.
So for two casts, it will set you back 5 silver pieces.
Oh my god.
Done.
Okay.
First cast is to make sure it works.
So I
Second
can't
cast-
interest you in any more. In case your soldiers awry, or if you need more.
No, sorry. She points to the
It makes
diadem on
good
her.
pottery, please.
She points to the diadem on her forehead. This is where I cast my
Actually-
magic from. Yours is just for an
Actually, for
experiment.
fertilizer as well.
Well, it makes good candles.
It didn't occur to Ruby. She has an idea. That might explain a few things. Not the shit, not the smell. I apologize for that. Do you have a spell focus worth about 25 gold?
Are we talking religious or wizard?
Arcane.
Okay. Mumble. He has.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the funniest thing we've found. Shit merchant.
She'll then look to Zedaar. This might explain why Johanna has not been able to effectively control her magic. She hasn't had a spell focus that I'm aware of.
Potentially. But most of her abilities seem innate in nature.
So are mine. I still need a focus.
Yes, but your powers do not come from your mind.
That's not entirely true, but...
Doesn't all things come from the mind?
Everything good, anyway.
Well, not bad, too.
Hold on, that thought.
She has not had to gesture or speak words. All of it is purely...
Would the concept of psionic be common knowledge?
She has had to cast magic using her hands and gestures with prestidigitation.
For you, psionic. For you, not so much. For you, the closest thing to psionics would be someone who is deeply augured with Bahamut's power, such as like the highest levels of cleric in the Atrian Church, for example. But there isn't wide understanding of psionic powers other than like that of the true power of dragons, say, because they can innately cast without any sort of arcane focus or anything.
I believe still that she is just chosen by a deity. Her magic may just be that innate.
I don't think so.
I have this lump of amethyst,
And he puts down this large sort of crystal onto the table, and it's like imagine like it's about that tall, and imagine the sort of gem or amethyst like collect like what do you call a cluster of like crystal? Was like that kind of sort of cluster that would
cluster
be
diode.
The set.
Like a diode, yes, like a diode that would sit on like someone's bedside table or like
It's a bit large, but it could go through fashion to a staff.
Mind grinding this one down?
If your hunch is correct, though, this may help us serve to find out if her power is arcane or divine in nature.
I also
I can
have
always assist.
this dark blue orb. This belonged to one of my brothers. He sets it down on the desk. Or I have this rod, and puts that on the table. And it's like a simple metal rod, like two, not quite staff length, but like double length of a wand.
I'll take this gem, the amethyst.
The amethyst, okay. That'll be 10 gold pieces.
Done. Zap, do you think you can fashion it into the end of a staff?
Yeah, I think this will not be a problem.
Excellent.
Do you need another length of branch?
He got one thing.
Stuff.
Let's keep doing it.
Yes, if you really want to go hacking at trees again.
I wish to pay back Elf Bitch, so I'm happy.
I almost feel
to.
like he has a grudge, yeah.
Valmir, give me a survival check, please.
Oh no.
Jesus Christ.
No, I got this. You see this? Oh shit, it's a -1. Fuck.
Spectre comes out of the forest.
Yeah.
You find a similar set of trees that you were at before, no problem. And after some time, you get a length of wood long enough that you think Zep will be able to cut down to a staff.
I present to you branch.
Yes, good.
But should you wish to all pack up and hit the road, I will need whoever's on the front of the cart to give me an animal handling check. And whoever is, if you're manning the boiler, give me an intelligence or strength.
I am manning the boiler. Give me something better. Damn it. That is a 10.
It doesn't explode this time.
Well, it goes along fine, and you're a bit more reserved with it this time, using it for hills and inclines, or starting it up around when you think you're going to be into one. And Zedaar, no problem. You're like, yes, the power of Atrian blood is leading this caravan to where
he's trying very hard to build a rapport with Darcy, just giving her at this point he's feeding her created cabbages. It's just giving her snacks all the time.
Yeah. And with the mention of snacks, we're going to take our midpoint break here. So we'll see you in 5 to 10 minutes, where we are going to grab some food or drink or whatever. Use this time to do the same, and we will see you in a moment. And welcome back, everybody. I hope you all grabbed yourself a drink and are ready for the second half of this broadcast of Elendor Chronicles. Last half, the party got traveling on their new vehicle, essentially. They started hitting the road towards Norwhisky. So it's the second day of travel. We've had our travel checks, and somebody give me a luck roll. Just a straight D20.
I'll do it.
You're not it. Johanna. Oh, sorry.
I'll do it.
Okay, 20.
16.
Feel free to continue your role play.
Johanna.
Yes?
It occurs to me that I made an error in teaching you. Something I had not considered for magical spellcasting. And I am curious to see if something will improve you. My magic, while coming from inward, still is channeled through an object. In my case, it's my diadem on my forehead. Some wizards and sorcerers use wands and staves, various things that help focus and channel our power. Zep here is helping me build a staff for you to help channel your magic, and I'm curious to see if that kind of thing will help you. I can give you an example of how it works if you would like.
Please do.
Is there a clearing or something nearby that's not going to immediately conflagrate when something blows up?
Pull over the vehicle.
Yes.
No, drive-by teaching. Just keep going.
Okay.
Something that's not going to be immediately damaged by a fireball spell.
Okay. So problem is you're in a deciduous forest for a lot of this area.
Well, okay.
That's why there was like a specifically cleared out area for wagons to stop in this area.
Right. Okay. So this whole area is a forest. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will just use prestidigitation as the guide again.
Because Baldokshire is basically mainly forests.
Okay. And then Ruby will begin to example how to cast her spell, but an emphasis on shoving the force through her diadem.
Okay.
Zap, how long before the staff is done?
It will have to wait until we camp again. I need to feed the boiler.
Okay.
Can you teach one of mine to do that, and then you have kind of just some free time, or does it need are we at the point where we still want an expert on it?
I'm still tinkering and making sure all the pressures and everything work correctly.
All right, you keep doing that.
You would not want this thing to blow up.
No, I wouldn't. Wait, it can blow up? Like it just doesn't catch on fire? Like it'll explode?
It is possible if the pressures are not.
We have a child on board. You know that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But
all right.
Any range of accidents can happen. The cart could lose her wheel, and then everyone spills out and dies.
Is that equivalent to you? The explosion and the wheel broken? Never mind. Zep, you're doing great. Don't get distracted. Keep watching that.
Now, try my diadem and you practice. And she will actually take her diadem off and hand it to Johanna.
I believe it takes time to attune to a
I don't think attunement.
No.
I don't think it takes an attunement slot, but I think it still takes time to connect to an altar.
No. All it is is a way to satisfy a spell without requiring the material component.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I thought there was still a change over time, for example, if we were changing from one to another.
As long as you can physically touch it with your hand, you can use it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because remember, so your character in my campaign did too. He lost his thing, and he just immediately switched to using his components until he got his focus back. Like it's an instantaneous thing. Unless it's changed in like a FAQ or something.
Yeah. Anyway, okay. So she tries. And I will give some Arcana checks for her.
Do I need to make any check?
Yeah. Give me an Arcana check yourself to see how well you teach, and then I will give some for her.
17.
Oh, these are just d20 rolls for her, but that's an 18. A 9, okay. It seems her ability to funnel the idea of a prestidigitation does get something very close to what would be the spell, but she's still not quite there.
Much better. Much better, Johanna. She will attempt to take her diadem back.
Yep, no, she'll give it back. But yes. Is anyone else wanting to do anything on the journey, or you just keep on trucking?
Teaching English.
Teaching English?
Common.
Okay.
Or common.
Yeah.
Anglo-common. Whatever.
Linga common.
Yep.
Okay.
You want me to
Yeah,
roll?
keep rolling.
All right. Yeah, I'm just not. You know, it's the cart. It's the cart environment.
Yeah, she doesn't pick up today. Both of you not really feeling it. You're very distracted by the humming and the thrumming of this new engine system that's been put in, making it very hard. Yeah, well, it's like you, Darius, you're feeling every bump we go over as well. It's like, and there's even a case where like you stand up to like give an example of like, you know, when you just get into teaching, you just trying to you use more than just, you know, words. And you stand up, you give an example, and like you go over a bump and you hit your head on a bit of piping, like, and it's like, this environment is not conducive to teaching right now.
Obviously, the pipe isn't insulated at all, so it's steaming hot.
Yeah.
Scalding hot. Yeah. This is just this is not livable. We need this needs to become OSHA compliant.
Yeah. You've actually taken to like driving along with the side hatches open, just because it gets too hot otherwise in the wagon.
Valmir will be up front with Zedaar, and he's going to cast Mage Hand and hover a cabbage for the Trihorn to eat on while we walk. While
All
it
right, eat your Gishel greens. Eat your Gishel greens.
So I think the Trihorn moves faster
the
than Mage Hand
dinosaur.
does.
Is the Mage Hand not like relative to me though?
You know, it's a single
No.
point in space.
It is something you move at a certain speed.
How fast is it in like me? Like what?
I think a better question is how
second?
fast is the trike, and then how fast is the trike pulling like 700 plus pounds of cart with people on it?
It's six, you said 6 miles an hour.
It's
or a
being
day.
assisted by a motor.
Yeah.
Are we hoofing it along?
You're going at a decent speed.
I'm 60 feet around.
Won't do that then. I don't know.
Sounds pretty fast.
I'd like to point out with the Triceratops, not really hoofing it.
What? Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. What would you call it? Is it paw or like? Because it's not hooves, but it's also not
big stampede.
Plodding.
Boom. Yeah,
Plodding
we're plodding
along.
it. We're plodding it.
I guess you
At
just
a
call it a
rate enough.
foot. Like a foot technically also works. It is just a foot, but yeah,
We're cruising.
cruising.
Cruising along.
Actually,
And-
we can't even say plodding because plodding is just slow moving and boring. Like
Yeah,
we're
that's
kind of
trudging. That's
we're trudging. Yeah, we're kind of trudging.
A galloping Triceratops pulling a powered cart.
Yep. A powered, loud, dangerous cart, and we got this for months.
Oh yeah.
None of us are gonna be able to hear. We're gonna get to the end. We're all gonna have tinnitus.
Fixing it is on my agenda.
It's just gonna be screeching noise.
Team Z will work on the sound when we get the first opportunity.
But as
I worked out the Mage Hand goes at 3.5 miles an hour. So yeah, it's not gonna work. Never mind.
You immediately do it. Just runs into the cabin. It's just
Like here, have a cabbage.
I like to imagine the cabbage just kind of whizzes past it and it just like tries to chase it around and just keep knocking the cart off.
yeah. We lose 10 minutes.
All right, so relativity.
Damn
is
it,
not thinking.
Valmir.
But
the cart continues, and towards the end of the day, the tree cover breaks, and you are no longer in forest, and instead, open farm fields cover the land in front of you. There's rolling hills of wheat. You see windmills, little settlements, little like tenant farms. As you move into a more agricultural area of the empire, and as you do as well, the sun breaks through the clouds, and it turns out to be a rather lovely day as you see just wind through the wheat and the barley up ahead. And yeah, still traders, still other people on the roads going past. You pass a lot of little farming communities, but the day is coming to an end, and you need to start thinking of finding somewhere to pull over.
And this is all owned land now, right? This is all like farmland.
So how do we do this? Do we just keep traveling until we find a place? Do we just stop?
Well, unless that engine can drag Darcy, I don't think we're going to be able to just keep going. We have to let her rest eventually.
See, this is why having an engine like this is superior.
No.
I'd imagine that because this is a well-traveled road, most of the farmers here are probably used to seeing caravans stop along the side. I don't think anybody have any issue with it.
Or it could be a grift. They're going to charge us.
We could just try and ask one where we might be able to make camp.
Yeah.
That solves our problem one way or the other.
Darius, you're a very glass half empty kind of person.
Never disappointed.
Or you're just always disappointing.
No, I'm just never disappointed. I expect exactly what life is.
Zedaar will, as we kind of, if we see anybody in the field, Zedaar will just call out to one of them. That's assuming we find anyone.
You see quite a few people in fields at various points on your journey.
He'll just pick one at random and say,
hello there. We were wondering where we might be able to make camp for the evening.
I check up at the farmhouse.
About how far away is it?
You'll see a side road about a half-mile down.
Thank you kindly.
What is that in front of your cart?
This is Darcy. She is a three-horn. Totally harmless.
Okay. Just give it an eyeful to my cabbages.
How dare.
Fields of treats. Just as far as I can see.
Cut to
If you don't give him if you don't give the Trihorn cabbages, it's going to gore you to death.
This guy's about to get an Avatar reference right now.
No, my
cabbages!
But
I think that's a statted character in the new Avatar: The Last Airbender.
I wouldn't be surprised.
RPG that just got kickstarted.
Zedaar will lead him down the side road towards the barn, or the farmhouse rather.
And as you do, you come up to this farmstead. It's a number. So the farmhouse itself is in a bit more of the traditional Reanian style. It's almost like a longhouse, and then it has a number of barns. There seems to be farming implementation, and then also a second sort of house for what seems to be hands. There seems to be a lot of people live on this farm, and it's so there seems to be like farm hands quarters, then the main house, which is kind of it's kind of looks like a longhouse but with 2 stories. And then there's a slight overhang section which connects to where one of the stories continues but the bottom story does not, and then there's another building where it seems to be a lot of the hands coming in out of. Maybe that's where they stay, but you pull up and a lady brushing off her hands seems to have been cooking food,
comes out from the front door at the farmhouse. He says, "Oh my, how can I help you, travelers?"
We're looking for a place to camp down for the evening.
Oh, yeah, I can understand not wanting to stay on the road. Well, if you want to camp up here, you can. We'll a small fee, silver for the night, and we'll even throw in some food if you want.
That sounds very nice, thank you.
Yeah, we can't offer you beds, so you'll have to physically camp, but at least you're away from the road.
Thank you. I will take out a Zedaar and just kind of hand it down to her. Sorry, a Zedaar, a silver piece. Zedaar will take his silver piece out and hand it to her.
I mean, I know you're a silver dragonborn, but you are not
after a
currency.
dollar.
Yeah, Zedaar is actually the name for silver piece in Draconics, it's a fact, because I am silver. No, not really.
That'd be hilarious. I would
Cannon!
so accept
Cannon!
Yeah,
It is now.
yeah. Zedaar is now the name for silver in Draconic.
Silver
I like it.
dragon. I love it. I love that.
Fine,
She
sure.
takes it and says, "Fine. Would you want your food now, or do you want to wait a bit?"
We'll set up and come in when everyone is eating.
All right. Bottom of the hands quarters. There's a kitchen. I'm trying to think of like a dining room. Isn't the right term for this period, so.
Eater.
Mess hall.
There's a mess hall,
Mess hall?
kind of thing. Kind of mess hall kind of thing. It's more like a, but it's also doubles up as their like recreational room. So it's kind of like in the rec. Let's go with a rec.
Be a hall. Just be,
Yeah, just
like
be
a
the hall.
hall.
I agree.
Okay. But you set up camp and you enter, and it's like it's a decent meal that they hand out. It's like you each get a small, like, well, not small, but a bread roll, a pottage of local vegetables, and what seems to be a cut of meat as well.
Hmm.
But you'll eat up, and if,
Does Johanna eat with us?
Has Johanna been eating?
yes.
Okay.
You'd be wasting away as we go.
I assume you've been feeding her.
Nah.
Well, no,
She
this is
wasn't
just
accounted
going. It
for,
just keeps
sorry.
going on Darius's checkboard of real girl entity. just kind of
You
going on there.
have
So
been feeding her, right? I'm just trying to.
We've got
Yes,
plenty of food.
yes.
She's welcome to eat or fill.
Right. Okay.
She
Cool.
can feed herself. She's not like a baby.
she may never have had to do that. She is a noble woman.
We got giant stacks of waffles and bread and cheese all over the place. She can.
So,
I did that just to see Roach's reaction. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. No, she eats with you.
It's just a buffet at the end of every
She's also
day.
taken to helping Zedaar feed Darcy the cabbages.
Yes, this is good. We can leave the rest of what is here,
And he keeps a point of separating what he bought at the town from what he creates, just because what he creates goes bad very quickly, and what the town doesn't. And since it spoils at the end of the day, like he just leaves out the rest of the cabbages. Darcy will eat what she wants. The rest will just, decompose or whatever.
So something we need to discuss is the fuel economy of this vehicle.
It's already gone.
We're out of fuel. We've been traveling for 2 days. What?
Sounds like my old car.
It's been a spectacular success. Just like a
I'm going to
restaurant.
say that it uses 3 pounds of coal a day. Just because of the efficiency of how
That's a
that
pound of
works.
coal every 8 hours. Like, that doesn't sound too far off, honestly.
That's actually remarkably well. It depends how big it is. Like
A
what's
pound of coal, regardless. Like, I guess
No,
that's
well-
with the engine, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the engine. Like how big's the engine? Because a pound of coal is only like that,
And
like
by-
that much.
by-
It's not a lot. It's
and by
a
that I
very
mean a day
dense
of travel.
material.
Yeah. Oh, so
Oh.
it's more like 2 3/4
Yeah.
a pound.
Well,
Okay.
a day of travel would be 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
'Cause it's so it's
So-
yeah.
8 divided by 3, so it's closer to.
Mhm.
It's not quite a pound every 3 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
In
Yeah,
its
I guess so.
current
I just
iteration of engine, anyway.
yeah.
Sure.
Well, I was just trying to figure out how big the like the area where you're putting the the furnace was like that big. That makes sense. But
Like big as a bench.
yeah, so
Does that?
Yeah, I was thinking something along the lines of like a blacksmith's forge type furnace.
oh yeah,
Okay. We can work with that.
it's coal too. So I mean, if it's coal, it's gonna be dense, more energy dense.
Okay. So you've used 1 day's worth at this point because the first day it didn't work.
Don't remind me of this.
So you have 17 pounds of coal left.
It's not quite 6 days worth of travel.
Sparingly, seems it's sparingly.
We are going to be
Or if we lose, the
needing to
dinosaur.
purchase a large quantity of coal. Perhaps we can create some kind of storage mechanism for this, so we don't have the dirty black coal on the inside of the.
We do have 2 crates. We could put the coal in.
Yeah, but the crates are clean right now. Like perhaps that could be for.
We
things
were
that-
already keeping the coal in one
What's-
of the baskets.
What's the efficiency of carrying the coal? Like, at what point does the coal become inefficient to carry because it weighs so much? The engine is essentially doing nothing.
Darius, what are you talking about efficiency? What?
I understand the concept of efficiency. I have to
Right, but
train.
you don't know what engines are. Yeah.
I think we should leave this to the person who actually invented it.
That's why I was asking. Somebody jumped down my throat. At what point does the engine become useless because you're carrying so much weight?
While they're having that discussion, and while we're having dinner, Zedaar's going to ask the hands, just,
So what is it you farm here? I see a lot of this. What is it? The wheat and the barley. Is this pretty much all that is farmed here? You farm anything else?
We do some seasonal vegetables every now and then, but a lot of wheat and barley. Agron Parish tends to be the bread basket of the empire, so to speak. We make a lot of the food. A lot of the food exports go in, and quite a lot actually for us. With a lot of our wheat and barley goes up to Nor whiskey to be turned into alcohol.
Fair enough. Things quiet around here? No trouble?
Not really. Sometimes there's a little bit of trouble on the rivers, but it's few and far between.
Okay then.
The roads are pretty well handled, and a lot of the farms have militias to deal with banditry.
Do you know anything about the Housecarls that have been traveling along the road to the west?
No, sorry, can't tell you. Rolled a 4 on his check.
sure.
Sorry.
It's fine.
But yeah, if you don't have anything else you want to do for the evening, we'll just go through the night's sleep. We'll take watches again.
I was going to start working on the arcane focus
Absolutely.
as
yes.
part of the long rest.
Okay, so you can do that. Give me a Tinkerer's Tool check.
It's going to be my most rolled skill by the end of this. 22.
Yeah. You get it. So are you working on the wand or the staff?
Stuff.
You can complete the staff. Take 5 gold of crafting material just to get something that combines the crystal and the staff itself, because you need to make you basically combined, like, you basically make a glue and then some leather wrap to attach it, but you have essentially a beautiful varnished birchwood staff with an amethyst crystal leather wrap to the top, which you feel
Okay,
is
and then-
weighted well enough that it will work well as a magical staff arcane focus.
So here is for Ruby the stuff for Johanna. It should probably come from you, as you are teaching her how to work this. Ruby.
Ruby
You have
apparently
once.
Ruby was zoned out, just 1,000-yard stare because he was thinking about something.
Really
I
good
understand.
food.
I understand that the coal efficiency of an engine is a riveting subject, but this is
Oh.
a.
I thought Darius was still talking. I tuned everything out.
I am still talking.
That's why I tuned everything out.
Good.
So here is the staff for Johanna. It
Thank
should
you.
probably come from you, as you are teaching her.
Thank you. I'll kill you, dog.
I didn't think the craftsmanship was that
Ruby,
bad.
you can't just threaten a farm dog.
Believe me,
We're
they
guests
deserve
here.
it.
We're guests here.
Even if they're so cute, they're so obnoxious. Saber, seriously, work with me here, dog. I'll create you.
But yes, is that what you're making tonight, or are you pushing yourself to also do the wand? Just the staff. Okay, fair enough.
Zepp has learned overwork, not to do it.
Okay, then because you're in relative safety of the farm, I won't even make you do watches. The night passes pretty safely, and you can pack up and go. You feel like you might be able to get to the town following your map that you picked up. You'll be able to get to Norwhisky by end of day today.
And I will also be making a map as we go, or updating the map that we have, just with any interesting landmarks that it may be missing.
Okay.
I call shotgun. I don't want to be inside today. I'll be outside. I want to be away from that engine.
Okay, you sit on the front with Zedaar.
I'll be inside. The heat don't bother me.
True.
The noise.
Yes, otherwise I will be land vehicling.
Okay. Give me another intelligence check for your land vehicling and Zedaar. Manning the front.
Crap.
That is a dirty 20.
All of the fields today are really distracting for the Triceratops, but the boost from the engine is keeping her chugging along, because now it's almost pushing her to keep moving because there's essentially a powered vehicle behind her, and you still make a decent journey of it. And yeah, by about 5 p.m., after you've stopped for lunch and had another day of travel, you arrive at Norwhisky. Norwhisky is a smaller town with what seems to be one district, and there is a small fort here. It's just like a small keep surrounded by a wooden stockade at the bend of a river. Let me just get you the map here. But yes, and you arrive. No, it's Elendor. Towns, Reane Empire. No whiskey. I've accidentally tried to put that in Mikey's meme room rather than the handouts. There's the handouts. And as you enter the town, you notice that there is also a lot of smokestacks off of some brick buildings. A lot of the Reane Empire uses wood buildings, but you notice some brick buildings here that seem to be breweries.
I am going to go exploring.
I am going to see if I can find a stable for Darcy.
I still want to call her Sarah.
Because her name is Sarah.
But it's not.
I'm gonna go with Zepp.
Yep. Okay. What's everyone else doing?
Keeping an eye on the girl.
Okay, so you're staying with the cart for now.
I'll stay with the cart.
You can stable Darcy in town. There is a stable at the center of town. Are you guys making camp outside with the wagon, or are you trying to stable that too and find an inn?
I feel like at this point we're pretty comfortable camping with the cart. Keeping an eye on it would probably be the best idea. Not that I think anybody could, manage to steal it, considering, but one way or the other.
You can find
Explode if they tried getting it going.
Yeah, that's also not an outcome that we want to find ourselves in.
Okay, so you set up
Local heroes drive wagon into town. It explodes.
You guys set up a rudimentary camp, like a mile out the far end of town. So you've gone through the town on the cart with the Triceratops, and then about half mile out. Probably means you won't stable Darcy unless you want to walk in.
she can just graze.
She just graze, but it's there's enough land to the east of the castle, where it's cleared for vision purposes that you guys could set up camp. And you see some other merchants and stuff doing the same the other side of the road, so it doesn't seem to be any trouble. But should you wish to investigate the town, you can. And
I would imagine that Braun would accompany in case I need heavy things carried.
Okay.
Trusting that Darius and Valmir can keep an eye on Johanna, and that everything else is fine, then Zedaar will probably go into town with the rest of them.
What trouble could she get in? Fine. What could go wrong?
I could be called to roll something.
We have just given her an arcane focus. What could possibly go wrong?
But okay, you guys progress into town, and like I said, so this whole town is like on a hill, in the bend of a river, and that bend in the river is actually, apologies, that map I've given you has cut off most of the map. Hilarious. Let me see if I can get a better export. No, it still doesn't. Okay, that's bizarre that I can't zoom out. But essentially to the... Like, I can see more on my screen that... Hold on, let's do it the old-fashioned way and just screen cap.
I do like how on the map about the fact that the Brewer's Hall is twice the size of the castle.
Brewer's Hall is the name of the district. But,
all the buildings.
Yeah. But yes, there seems to be a number is about large breweries and a couple of beer halls as well in town. It seems to be a vibrant center for alcohol.
I also want to point out, just for a little bit of fun, when I first read the name of this app, I read it as Norwhisky. So when you said it was a brewer's town, I'm like, oh, that fits.
Yeah, that's.
But it's Norwixy, not Norwhisky.
I've been
I read it as Norwhisky as well.
I've been calling it Norwhisky as well. So it's Norwhisky, even though it's Norwixy.
You've just spelled it wrong on the map. I understand.
Colloquialism is fine.
No, it's just.
Yeah, it's a local thing.
It's just the accent. It's just how they say it in their accent. It's Norwhisky.
Good. So that wasn't just me. That good.
Yeah, I'm keeping I'm keeping a double close eye on Johanna. Then, if we're in like the den of alcohol, like production.
But
don't drink anything that we haven't vetted.
Yeah, there you go. So you can see there's the bridges over town. It's like up at a hill, and a couple of hundred years this might be like a complete oxbow lake where the river just kind of cuts this town in half. But yeah, it's on a hill. It's kind of overlooking a lot of the farmland, and the river also seems to be where a lot of where the farms pull their irrigation from, as well as there's ample water supply for the production of alcohol. So this is the perfect place for breweries. And some of them seem to be making, as you go past, you just get the smell of like very, very like strong smell of like hops and wheats and barley's like warming through the air. And the evening seems to be pretty lively. There's a lot of noise and music coming from the beer halls. The rest of the town seems to be like very basic. Like there is a butcher's, there is a general store, there is like and most of those are beginning to shut up for the evening. But there's 2 mead halls in the center of town, one at either side of the street.
Well, if the general store seems to be closing soon, I would like to pick up 2 things. Another 20 pounds of coal and coffee. We are missing coffee.
You can get some coffee. They don't have any coal, but they say to ask at one of the breweries because they use a lot in the production there, and you should probably be able to get some from them.
Is there a... sorry.
No, go
Is there a jobs board?
There is, and you can pick up a pound of coffee for 5 gold pieces, Mordred. Which is, a pound of coffee is,
Not much coffee in reality, but...
It's about 10 cups.
More than I've ever drank in my entire life.
It's disgusting for some reason. Zed likes it.
Because of the air it's been stored in, just laced with alcohol.
It's
totally alcoholic.
There is a jobs board, but it seems to be a lot of things like, there's a lot of things that seem to be like farm hands, need people working the boilers, there's
no goblins, no critters, no.
There's nothing of that sort of thing on the board.
Inadequate public safety.
Just while they're doing that, at the general store, Zedaar was going to see if he could pick up a hooded lantern.
They have a hooded lantern at book price.
Okay. Do that.
Natural 20.
She's going to find these goblins that need killing, damn it.
You do overhear a conversation between someone who looks like a local, not militiaman, but it looks to be local constabulary of some sort. It seems to be in like a gambeson and has a staff. Looks to be the sort of person that would guard a granary. Like
a constable. I'm sorry, what's a constabulary?
Constables all start
police.
The constabulary. Yeah, it's the old term.
I never, as an American, I have not heard that phrase before.
That's where they come from. So if
I'm surprised you've never heard that phrase before.
Yeah,
Yeah. But
it's
in his downtime with a tankard in his hand, is talking to an older farmer. But the looks of it is just like, it seems that I was just like, well, yeah, no, they keep siphoning off some of the liquids, and some of the barrel shipments have been going.
Just imagine Ruby scooting on over in her chair. Is there a problem you gentlemen are having?
Oh, we were just discussing how a couple of some of the alcohol barrels have been slowly going missing.
Well, that's alcohol abuse. It should be solved immediately.
I mean, yeah, but we don't exactly have the manpower to be chasing down thieves of that nature. Not around here. Not unless the breweries pay to go get something done. But it's such a small amount to them, they don't care.
Well, it seems to bother you, so what if a reward was offered to, say, my group of adventurers?
Adventurers? I mean, it's a bit of a lowbrow situation to go look for alcohol thieves, isn't it?
Midge doesn't really want us to do anything.
We're in town. Let me explain to you how broke we are right now. Could use just a little bit of side hustle money, you know? I'd offer you to sell you magic items or stuff. I've got my engineer, battle wagon.
I don't know what you'd take me for, miss, but I am in no need of magicum. But I might be able to swing you some gold if you'd find out what's happening to these barrels.
How much we talking?
Tell them how broke we were.
20 gold if you find what's happening, and you can keep the barrels you find.
Almost not worth getting out of bed for. Think we can work on that a little.
More money than a peasant see in their entire lives. Oh.
You have to beg him just to give you this job. Like you're going like, I can use a bit more.
Ruby is proof that beggars can be choosers.
Yeah, it's just like
She's suffering from boredom. That's her other problem. I need to kill
the girl
something.
magic.
I need to fight something. I'll talk to my constituents and see what we can do.
Means I'm gonna be here all night, and he just gets another tankard.
Constituents. We didn't vote you in.
I'm glad I was muted there, otherwise you would have been getting that in stereo, because I was saying the same thing. Constituents, we didn't vote you into power.
Well, I didn't vote for you.
But anyway, yes, it's various beers. Zep, what are you doing?
I mean, if there is a brewery with drinking halls, then I will be going to the drinking halls and drinking.
You have to work with heavy machinery in the morning. I want to point that out. Experimental heavy
So
machinery in the
adequate
morning.
lubrication.
Under your exploration, one seems to be quieter than the other. The quieter one seems to be dealing harder liquor, and the more lively one with what seems to be a couple of minstrels playing. Seems to be selling beers and like ales and like out of the barrel kind of, whereas the other one seems to be whiskies and grain, like strong grain alcohol.
Kind of mood am I in for today? I've been working hard. Let us go for the whiskey.
Okay. You partake in the whiskey. It is like there's various types, various ages, different like levels of smoking barrel, clear alcohols, like darker alcohol. Like there is a lot to choose from here.
Whatever the speciality of this region is.
It's a simple brownish liquor by the name of Norwhiskey Gold, and it is essentially a strong whiskey. Kind of
I
like
will have one of those.
It's kind of like a Scotch.
I'm used to having schnapps. This is different for me. I'm interested to see what they have.
Yes.
At some point, Ruby is just going to sit down looking downtrodden next to Zedaar and Zep.
I will buy you a drink as well. It will put some fire back into you.
And in fact, the this one is a double malt, so it's actually made in 2 distilleries during the process, and that's why it's their specialty. It's actually 2 of the companies work together to make it as the sort of and it's given the Lord's stamp of approval, and you can get a bottle of it for 15 gold. But if you would like just the glass, they do it for 7 silver.
Jesus, what is it? Savior schnapps?
I don't suppose any of you want to go hunting for alcohol thief for 20 gold.
I mean, it would pay for another of the bottles of this.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I mean, if we are looking for something to do, would it be a good learning experience for Johanna?
She is not ready to cast offensive spells yet.
Good Lord. She's a lordling.
Just feel like my skills are stagnating unless I challenge them.
Nah.
Ma?
I did not understand that feeling.
Sorry, I don't pray and get powers from my sugar daddy.
Zedaar is gonna stare at you.
Yes. It must be so difficult to be part of something that is bigger than just oneself.
I don't know if she was talking about you or me. But I'm not there, so it doesn't matter.
Zedaar gets to pick who lives and dies.
So do I.
He's the all-powerful one in this party. You don't fuck with the white mage.
Don't fuck with the white mage.
I technically decide who lives and dies too. It's just a little more explosive.
Not yourself, though.
I buy a whiskey for the three of us, a glass, not a bottle.
Okay.
Can't afford
It
that.
is good. It is very, very good.
I can understand why you do this, Sepp. It is refreshing. It burns good.
It has a good smoky flavor as soon as you let it sit on the tongue for a small time.
Ruby shoots it. Just boom.
I would say that it wets the whips, but I don't have the lips.
Yeah,
and then she leaves.
And also, while we're out, I also trying to get another 20 pounds of coal.
You
I'm
can
gonna
get
make a big
something
thing over
for
there.
the price. They've got lots of coal at the distilleries.
In that case, I'll double up. I'll get 40.
All of those who have drunk the whiskey, for the next 24 hours, you have advantage on Constitution saving throws.
Wow.
But this is creating the wrong expectations for people watching.
Setting a bad example for the kids. All right,
a bad example. Bad example.
You don't know what will happen if you drink too much.
That's fair too.
I don't know
before
where
we
they
leave,
are, Val, man. It's been so. I thought they were just gonna go shopping. It's like they
Zedaar was
stopped
gonna
and drank.
have a quick word with the constable.
We are stopping in an alcoholic town, so I suppose that is probably exactly what they are doing.
Go for it, Zedaar.
Excuse me, I saw you having a conversation with one of my friends. You're the one who mentioned the missing alcohol, yes?
Yeah.
May I inquire, who is the recipient of the theft? Is it just one of the breweries, or has it been spread out over multiple?
From what I can tell, it's we tend to, instead of using the land route to get a lot of the alcohol to the coast, we tend to send it down the river via barges. You know, less highwaymen, it's what normally the barges go down the river with the barrels. On the way back, they pick up a lot of the grains to bring back to the distilleries, and it works like a. But recently, some of the barges have been stolen from. It's never all of the. It's just a barrel here and there from each of the shipments, and it hits various of the distilleries. It's normally the stronger alcohols as well. It's normally the white spirits, if I recall.
And there hasn't been any mention of people on the barges being attacked at all?
Nope, it normally happens. They report feeling drowsy, falling asleep. I think it's the barge people themselves, and they're all just kind of chipping in to keep quiet. It's hard to tell with these things. I'm kind of an army of me and my friend Jeff, who helps. Like, we don't have guards here. We can't go and investigate ourselves. I just need to, hit the occasional bread thief or throw someone in the stocks. The Hoosecols are up guarding the Lordling. They don't want to leave the castle, and yeah. And they're at half staff anyway, because half of them have been sent to Colchester to or whatever it is they've had to do.
I was curious about myself. We had seen several of their groups traveling down the road.
Something about the border again.
Yes, that was the mention that I had heard. Well, I cannot make any promises that this will be looked into, but thank you for elaborating more. If I come across it, I will see what word I can get back to you about what may have been happening.
Aye. He goes back to his drink.
Zedaar will just make a note of that to share with the group, of how it's being stolen, just to see if we can come up with anything later, whether or not we want to look into it or not. Because if they're stealing quality barrels of alcohol, that's straight money that we can also just make selling that stuff. If a single bottle is 15 gold pieces, like a full-on barrel of good stuff could be some decent cash.
Or a good evening.
Or a good evening.
We're only getting
Need
paid
I remind
25
you
gold
how
pieces.
broke we are?
Yeah.
Go back to the group.
Okay. You all gather at the campsite.
I'm afraid I was not able to bring any of it back, but I can certainly recommend whatever it was that I just drank. Which Zep
It
would
was
definitely
the-
remember, even if Mordred does not.
No risky gold.
No
The
whiskey
double
gold.
malt.
Double malt. It is very
It was
good.
refreshing. Yes. I feel invigorated.
Johanna.
Ja?
She will hand Johanna the staff. This will be your arcane focus.
This light. This is mine?
It is.
Thank you very much, Fraulein. This is beautiful.
Ruby will bow her head. Now, let me see you use it.
And she
She firebars the card.
No.
Fireballs the card.
She focuses on
Zep
it,
just watches it burn on his knees.
and the emplaced stone lifts out of the staff and begins to levitate above it, and then the deep purples of the amethyst dip to black and then reappear as dark green, and it sets back down into the staff. And she is just like, you can see her looking at this with both like wonder and excitement. Like there is just this smattering of positive energy all over her face.
Do I know what she just cast?
You have no idea.
Zedaar, also having no idea, was just gonna pat her on the head.
Very good job.
Johanna, what did you do?
I made it a little more me.
How?
Oh, so the amethyst is like now green, just straight up green.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a deep.
no, or malachite.
It's now like a deep green gem. Like you'll get this, Lambert. British Motor Racing green.
Oh yeah. No, I get 100%. Beautiful.
How?
Wow.
That was a reference for one.
Look, I now understand what color it is. It was a
Targeted
useful
audience.
reference.
Targeted audience. He literally fired that at Lambert.
Yeah, that was like.
Johanna,
Look, he
how?
wanted to know. I gave him the way he would understand it most. Like Dark Angels green for any Warhammer fans.
Okay, I'm with you.
Here you go.
Yeah.
I get that reference.
Yeah. Pre or post heresy?
I've got no idea.
Free heresy is black.
Johanna, how did you do that?
I focused and thought, like you said.
Okay.
And Zedaar just kind of turns to look at her.
With no components.
She cast a spell, and the focus doesn't require makes so she doesn't require components.
Did she say anything? Was there any verbal? Was there any somatic?
Nope. She just twisted the staff.
Seems as though the student has become the master.
That may be pushing it.
Oh, okay.
Does Ruby seem like actually troubled by this?
Yes, it's bothering her. Not Darius, no. She didn't give a shit about him. More of how she did it.
There's more to her than we can explain. I would not take it personally.
More than meets the eye.
No, I don't take it personally, but the ability to cast spells without doing anything, I can do it, but it requires a great deal of concentration. I can't just do it. Do it.
I say it again. I believe she is chosen.
So was I. And she'll walk away from that.
Okay. So,
Who was more chosen?
another night passes.
Well, before we finish, because I do want to get my thing done. If Johanna is interested, I will make a show of taking out the lantern and just basically showing her casting continual flame in it, just so she's curious about it. Which is basically he just takes this hooded lantern, he opens it up, and he takes the ruby dust and he sprinkles it in the middle. And as he casts the spell, it just begins to give this bright silver glow out. And he tests to make sure that closing the lantern actually like shuts the light off and opens it up. And he'll make a show of hooking that to the front of the wagon so that we have a lantern lead.
She tells you that this is very interesting, Master Zedaar, and gives you a small round of applause.
Insight.
I don't need to know insight that she's being very polite.
I want to know if she's being patronizing.
Give me an
I am showing you this just to point out that all magic works slightly different. Ruby's is her innate power, mine comes from faith. Yours comes from something that we don't fully understand. That is one of the things we are trying to learn. So the more that you understand about it, the more you can help us understand too.
She nods, kind of understanding.
Also, Darius has done a very good job with your comment, but I'm sure you are working very hard.
I has always wanted to learn languages. So, yeah, I am enjoying myself.
Well, when you finish with this one, perhaps I will start to teach you.
And then he will just say celestial.
Yes.
The one you can understand but cannot speak.
Yeah, I would very much like to know.
That's all.
Okay. So, another night goes uneventfully. What are we doing, friends? It is the morning. Are we
We need to roll for watches or anything?
You're in the vicinity of the town. That if you want to watch, you can, but you feel like that there being a castle like 500 feet from you is pretty safe.
Do we want to stay close to the river to see if we can catch any of these barges being taken upon? Or do we want to try and camp close to a river to keep an eye out for it as well?
Remember, the peasants also said that there was some trouble with the river.
Yeah. Also, pointing out
That is correct.
there's only the job here. We'd have to talk to the person that gave us the job here to receive the payment, and then also to, I'm assuming, receive the go ahead to keep what we find instead of, having it taken back as the property of the individuals it was stolen from. So are we wanting to come, question is, are we wanting to come back here afterwards? Or do we want to just keep going? Because we've got, 11 more days of travel now with the engine?
This is a town where we can get coal and provisions, so if we want to take a little longer here, I do not see any fault to it.
It's 25 gold pieces. And
Well, it is 20 gold pieces plus any of the alcohol that we can find and potentially carry. Which may not amount to much, but I suppose we can decide that when and if we solve the problem.
They were selling the no whiskey gold for 15 gold a barrel. Sorry, a bottle. A barrel would be worth significantly more.
did they confirm that it was no whiskey gold taken, or was it just?
They did confirm that it was typically the stronger alcohols that were being taken. The good stuff.
I vote for just keep going. To get to Hatbury, we've got a crossroads there. It's a larger city, more chance of getting actual work. And we're far enough away from the coast.
It's not a large city.
Oh, well, it's a crossroads.
Just because it's a crossroads doesn't mean it has to be a larger city.
It's 40 less people, in fact.
Either way, well, Bastion would be the better one to get to. But
I'm not saying we have to go out of our way to find it, just if we happen to come across it.
It's up to you guys.
I say move on. That's my vote. Counts for 4 because I have 3 other votes.
I do not get votes.
I would say maybe move on to the next town and then try to find something more there. But I am also agreeing that if we are following the river anyway, we can watch it, but I do not know if we are. The map does not seem to show this river.
Yeah.
But I am adding it, do not worry.
Very well. If we do not want to put extra effort into this, they do not seem overly bothered, so it is not like harm will come because we do not look into it. We will find work. It will just take some time, I suppose.
Okay, as you continue through another day's travel. So the next leg of the journey is about 4 to 5 days to Hatbury, depending on your speeds. Do you guys just want to roll on through and get to Hatbury? We can do that with a bit more of expedited speed now that we're more focused into the journeys and we got the earlier, teething troubles out the way, learning the car. You've got a pretty good, Zep, you feel like that you've got the understanding of the boiler now, that you don't feel like you need to, anyone could now feel like you've got the balance right. You know how much needs to go in. You've worked out. You've got the coal that you've got, and you've put it out into this is what needs to go in through today. This is the thing. And then Zedaar, you've gotten pretty good at steering the Triceratops on where to go. So we can just expedite this. Is there anything anyone would like to do in the next 4 days?
Start working on her wand.
Yeah, that would be the downtime job.
Okay.
Yeah, continue to teach English or common to
Conglish?
To her. English common.
I used to be common English. Zedaar, considering what he said, he's gonna start spending some time looking into figuring out how he may be able to put silence on this very large boiler and furnace system that is causing so much noise and disruption.
Okay.
This large flywheel could really be useful.
Hopefully being able to contain it to the actual mechanisms themselves rather than just having it, being silent inside the cart.
So what? Okay, could you let me Google the spell silence.
I can drop it in chat.
Oh, drop it in chat, yeah. Does it have?
Because it is a spell that.
It's an interesting conundrum how you do that. Because
silence has no component; it is verbal and somatic.
So it's gonna need, I suppose, with Zep's help. I think this would be one of those spells that, because there is no component to get it to continually cast, you would need to pick something up or to infuse essentially runes into whatever it is that you want to be silent. For example, the furnace itself, or Zep could carve the runes and you could cast the spell. You just need essentially the enchantment essence that would retain the spell. So you don't think you have the materials right now to be able to do it, but you could probably pick them up at a larger city to do so, and it would be very simple for you to enchant.
Okay, then we will take a note of that.
But Zep, give me some tool checks. Give me one for the crafting of the wand.
Okay. Oh dear. 10.
Loads.
So in the first day, you get a lot of the, because of actually how young the tree that you cut this from was. The wood is actually a bit harder to work, but you get the basic shape cut, and then on the second day, you can do the more finer details should you wish.
Yeah, I see no reason not to. That is better. 22.
Describe this wand that you've designed.
Like
birch wood, remember?
Yeah, so I have tried to keep as much of the bark on the wand as possible, so it has this silver sheen to it, but it has been polished and filed down a little bit to make it smooth. Otherwise, it is just a piece of wood with a twirling spiral decoration to hold any enchantment on it.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
And you hand that to Ruby.
It's a wand.
Ready for the enchantment.
So, Ruby, this is the wand for you, but I would like to caution you in using it for making fireballs. As you may know, I have served as a soldier in the Luchtlegion, Lederungsland, and I have seen the evils that fire used indiscriminately can inflict. This is not a burden you wish to have on yourself.
Odd time to bring that up to the fire mage.
Zep, please believe me when I say I know exactly what fire can do to a city.
So do I. I hand the wand over.
I will be careful, and she will take it from him.
So, this can hold up to 3 casts, thanks to the artificery work done. If all the charges are expended, there is a chance that the wand will be rendered inert. But
How many charges are expended per cast?
Hang on, let me. So it's a third. So sorry, it holds 9 charges, and it's 3 per cast, so it's 1 per level.
Okay.
Because 5 was level 3's spell, right? Yeah, that's better. So, and should you wish to, it will take you a couple of days and a couple of Arcana checks to get it fully charged. But because you know the spell and you have 3rd level spell slots, shouldn't be too hard for you to do.
And she will do so in the evenings before she goes to long rest.
Okay. So
Might I suggest, perhaps, we create multiple of these kinds of wands, and perhaps you could enchant it with prestidigitation, and then we could sell them. And if people don't know magic, we can get them to, oh look, I can create spark from wand. How cool is that? Here, have my 20 gold. Something like that could be.
This wand would require attunement as well, I believe, with doing a 3rd level spell. But of course can also be used as an arcane focus.
I do not think it is a bad idea to make items we can sell.
Well,
Artisanship is one of the best ways of earning money.
Wands of light are actually very useful and very common. Wands of prestidigitation, less so.
We could make little wands of prestidigitation, color one white and the other one black, and have it on people's tables instead of salt and pepper.
I was thinking more trinkets for kids, but yes, that could work too.
You could also put something like spare the dying in one.
I mean, we could be useful too, but sure. I was looking for more money than use.
I was just thinking of the potential lives it could save at war when you can simply tap someone with a wand and they do not bleed out anymore.
Or you could put it in, say, like a wooden square that you hit into. This is Johanna joining in the conversation. You could put them into gloves or something and spare the dying with gloves.
True. Maybe make it charge with sparks whenever you use them, like this.
Clear! Ruby is going to cast her spell into it that evening.
I know that guidance is also a very useful spell. There are almost limitless potentials.
Can Darius hunt every night during travel?
Give me a couple of survival checks.
Sure.
You sure you don't want Valmir to come with you?
if he wishes.
Sure, why not? They're gonna go out hunting once, and then Valmir's just gonna come back with Darius over his shoulder. I caught something.
Hi, baby boy.
How many you want? 4, 5, 3, 12.
Give me 3.
Okay.
I won't come for the last one.
I already rolled the dice. I dragged you. This time I want to. I'm less searching for sustenance and more searching for things that would make good pelts.
Okay. So on the first 2, you get small game, a couple of pheasants, some rabbits, etc., etc. But when you look for pelt animals, you pass a stream which seems to be feeding the major river that you have already passed, and you actually come across some beavers.
I'll take the whole family.
Okay. You add 6.
No. That's the good call. You can't leave orphans. You gotta kill women and children too.
You fucking monster.
Add 6 beavers.
Gotta kill whole families.
Add 6 beavers.
We
to
need
your
money.
Inventory.
We need money. We just need beaver pelt.
You have 6 dead beavers.
Okay.
While we're out, can I look for any of the same kind? Can I look for any of the same kind of tree that I chopped the branches off before?
Give me a nature check. Or no, give me just an intelligence check.
Just straight intelligence. 15?
You can find a few.
I'd like to just chop off as many branches as I can in those 3 hunting trips.
Okay.
How many? How much do they weigh, by the way?
Survival check quickly.
The dead beaver. How much do they weigh?
3 pounds. You add like 10 branches, good enough to make wands from. At a pound a branch.
Alright. Well, when I get back, I'm just going to put it straight into the cart. Into one of the side pouchy bits and let Zep know that I have him.
Does anyone actually... Hang on, can I just check something? Do anyone have in their inventory anything that requires attunement right now? Oh no, I've already done it. Okay, don't worry, I did do the syntax right. So, Ruby, you will see in your inventory you now have the Wand of Fireball, and next to it there is a little circle next to the weight, which has a little... You can tick that, and that marks it as attuned if you're attuning to it.
Okay.
But yes.
Guess since we don't have much need for what Zedaar is doing, he's gonna pop out the book of the anthological history of the Reane and just start reading it.
Okay, yeah, give me some history checks to see how much you learn and
History check.
can learn from this.
Oh boy, I started with 1.
Give me 3, because this is going to be over.
3, okay.
In the right, you get ones every time. It's in the wrong language.
1 to a 19 to a 4.
Okay.
Some bits are interesting, some bits aren't.
Is there anything you're looking particularly for knowledge on?
He's just basically going through the book bit by bit. He's not really skimming it. He's actually just reading it as passing the time.
Okay. So it's just the thing you find a lot of the formation. The Iranian Empire, before it was an empire, the Reane was home to many petty kingdoms that both lived in their own sort of nation states, and also there was a large influx of Drelt nations that also shared the Reane, and then and then there's a lot of talk about the arrival of the church and that being a unifying factor for some of the smaller petty kingdoms who then changed into other nations, and then there comes there then is a mention of the invasion from the Eladrin Empire, which slowly destroyed a lot of these petty kingdoms and overthrew them, and it created March estates, etc. All the way up until the last state standing of the petty kingdom of Seat, which defiantly stood against the Eladrin Empire for many years before Godric, one of the kings of Seat, gathered an army of the remaining forces and actually managed to defeat in open field combat for the first time in about 40 years the Eladrin army, and begin the pushing them back. And then it was in less time than it taken the Eladrin Empire to invade and slowly conquer the Reane. Godric alone and the armies and the various he then went through and liberated a lot of the regions of the Reane and allied themselves with Legrong's land, who betrayed the Eladrin to support the human cause in air quotes. And it's like he managed to unify the Reane and push them back, and by the end of it push them to what is the border state that is essentially in line with today. Not quite the same, but rough area all the way back to the Cullis marshlands, where eventually he was crowned emperor, the first emperor of the Reane Empire, and was known as Godric Willowwall, who, because of his named so for the tactic he devised of forming interlocking shield walls with the steel willow shields, which proved very effective against the archery and the advantages that it countered the advantage that the Eladrin Empire had once used against them. They used like the forest to immobilize the cavalry and the shield tactics to beat back the archers and slowly regain the empire. And that's the main thing you pick up. There was a long set of conflicts from the Eladrin, and then one heroic sort of savior figure united the empire, and then since the empire has been split into earldoms and parishes that all have fealty to Seat, and Seat is the heart of the empire.
And looking at the map, is Seat the one like off-color province there?
Seat is the dark green sort of northern area where it says King's Seat if you have the province, and also the capital is called Seat of the empire, which is on the coast there.
Okay, I see.
Top right hand. Yeah.
Yeah. Of the
I was curious, what exactly is the? Is that just another small country that exists within the Iranian Empire?
Right. It is the only. Okay. It is a. It's weird. It's kind of a vassal, but kind of not. It's a semi-autonomous state, which is essentially where all the Drelt culture have been. It is the only independent Drelt nation left, as the Drelts were seen to be very close to the Fae in both their worship mythos.
Is it like the equivalent of the Welsh? Kind of similar,
kind of,
maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of that Celtic sort of Gaelic
They're woads.
Sort of culture. Yeah, they're woads, essentially, yeah. And they, because of their connections to the Fae, they were kind of...
Even in fantasy, Manchester asserted his Britishness by oppressing the Welsh.
Hey, I'm Irish, so...
I am Welsh. My background is 100% Welsh, so...
I'm Irish, like, 3 generations back, so, like, I British oppression is...
You're just as Welsh as half of America.
Not at all.
Just as Gaelic as half of America. But, anyway, it's like they've been given autonomy of this state, but it's like nowhere near where ancestrally they would have been, and it's kind of like, this is what you get.
Are we talking autonomous like Retbury?
There is a so it's a
it actually functions.
And we find the anthological guide to Spurnia. It's like someone describes Spurnia as the landlocked Redberry.
No,
so it's not landlocked.
It's more the fact is so it's run actually as it has like a council of elders, and then they pay fealty in both wealth and goods to the Reanian Empire for their sovereignty.
Okay. was curious about that. I figured I'd ask. I imagine somebody in the actual card is giving a lecture on that rather than the actual book itself. Assuming any of us know that, we'll see. Doesn't matter.
That's kind of common, that one, but that's relatively well known. It's just another scenario where the cultures of this melting pot that became this side of, basically this entire world, since the gods kind of went bye-bye, it's one of those things of like, it's just one of those dividing lines again, culture versus culture. One was okay with the Fae, one was not, and the one that was not okay with the Fae won. So, yes.
Sure, that's me.
A few days pass. Is there any other artificery that Zep needs to do in this travel?
Probably get started on some wands of thingy-blobby.
Yeah, you start the wands. Ruby's probably going to start the process rotating between wands of light and wands of prestidigitation.
That's the one.
Can I make a wand of thaumaturgy?
I don't have that one.
Yes, I do.
Huh?
So, if these spells don't have a component, they will require something to hold the spell. If you have the component, they will be required in the enchantment of these wands.
There is no component for thaumaturgy.
Then you'll require some sort of enchantment material to be able to imbue this wand with the power.
Not just the wand.
Not just the wand, I'm afraid. Because the problem with holding a cast is you need something to hold the cast outside the wand. The wand is the focus, and then the cast itself needs to be stored.
Right.
Sure.
Okay.
But you can definitely craft up those wands, Zep, if you would like to. Just give me
Might as well.
one. Give me one advantaged tinkering check.
Enchantment.
Enchantment. Oh.
Beat a 12. I got 3 and a 4.
It's been all over. It's been all over today.
Whilst they're not as good as the one that you made for the fireball, they don't need to be. They're being made for cantrips. That's you think these will suffice.
How many did I make?
10. So the 10
jeez.
bolts of wood that have been. This is over 4 days, but yeah, you
We
make.
could make some money if I made these all wands of fireball.
I'm not sure that they would be quite as embellished
You
as
have used
that one.
all of your back guano and sulfur, by the way.
Imagine we go find a guy who sells it again. I'm sure he's got 5 tons of it as well.
You can't move very fast. It's so heavy.
But I can imagine a wand of fireballs probably sells significantly more than a wand of
give me a perception check.
Sure. For some reason, my character sheet closed. Perception check.
Oh, thank God. I thought that was a 1 for a minute there.
I did too.
As you, it's getting towards the evening, and you're going along, and you've come to a different river than the one that you were at originally. But you see, out in the river, a barge that has stopped. It's not moving. And then you see a hooded figure throw a barrel off the side, jump off, click their fingers, and bundle out of sight when another person on the barge kind of stands up and kind of then just keeps going.
So, I don't know if anyone else saw that, but I just saw somebody stealing a barrel off a barge. They were using magic, and I think they're currently drifting.
Could I tell if they were drifting up or downwind, or did they just completely disappear?
Who, the person that
The
jumped
figure.
off?
Yeah.
You saw them like bundle themselves into some like long reeds by the river, hunker down.
I think they must be
a
hiding
big
over
barrel
there.
of alcohol is payment enough. Let's go. Let's go get it.
Seeing as they are here anyway, I would agree.
Let's go see who they are and why they're doing
We'll be
this.
paid in alcohol.
Apparently, one bottle is like 15 gold. The whole barrel is what, like 150? Like, well,
It might not be their highest quality, but it presumably would still have some value. I'll pull the cart off the road so we're just not in the way, and then we can go and Zedaar will hop off and go over there and start checking it out.
yeah, I'm following.
All those who are going.
Actually, did I prepare? Oh, tell me I prepared locate object. I didn't prepare locate object today. No. Curses. Oh wait, no, I don't need continual flame anymore. I could prepare it.
You can
Yes.
have prepared it.
Sorry, I just realized I didn't need to prepare it anymore. Sorry. Actually. Okay.
So. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so, you use locate object.
Well, I will hold off on using it until we've actually searched it first, because he doesn't want to burn any magic now.
Who
But if we
was
don't find any
burning
sign of
magic?
it, then I'll use it.
I will go as well.
So, Zep, Valmir, and Zedaar. Nobody else?
I'll cover. I just want to make sure that they're not going to get.
Yeah, Ruby will go.
Okay, so the party goes. Braun says he'll stay with the cart, unless Zep you require him.
No, we should leave someone here watching things. What about Johanna?
Yeah,
The
it's-
retainers of Darius.
The retainers of Darius looking after the cart, and Johanna can stay as well. If
Ron needs to watch that engine. We were just on the roads. That thing's still running. We don't want to leave it unattended for too long.
And you have a Triceratops as well.
That's
but-
true.
Okay.
Forget
Give me an investigation check though. With those who you are searching.
Hey, Zep, I will assist you in this matter.
Yeah, okay. That is a 21.
21.
We rolled the same. We rolled the same.
Zedaar points out where he saw the figure bundle into the river, and as you guys progress, can I have a quick marching order as well of which way you guys?
I guess I'd be up front with Zedaar.
I'd be Lee. I think I'd be near the front.
Okay, so
I'm me.
Kind of
I
as a-
tend to take. I
amorphous
tend to
group.
go in the middle because I tend to watch the back line.
Tactical blob. Tactical blob.
Okay, tactical blob, and sudden.
If we had to put it in 2x2, I would probably say Darius and Valmir, followed by Zedaar and Zep, followed by Ruby.
Okay.
Would probably be how we would do it.
That investigation check. I gotta be near the front.
This creature prepared an action. Let's see what that roll does. That's some really low dice.
Fireballs us.
Am I incinerated?
No.
Yeah, just fireballs us. He too had a wand of fireballs that he made recently.
Ruby's clone.
Fuck, I rolled like 5 1s in that. Fuck's sake.
Darius dies to Ruby's clone. What irony! Just gets
I don't even think that's gonna have worked on anyone.
Oh, is it sleep?
It is sleep.
Good luck.
Doesn't it work on whoever has the least HP?
It starts at the lowest and works up. Yeah.
Oh, who's got the
Also,
lowest?
I am a gnome, so I am probably immune.
Elves are immune, and gnomes aren't.
Well, I can
Gnomes
see
are-
your roll on roll
Hang on.
20 right now, Midge. So 37.
I have advantage on all. Oh, it's no save. Never mind.
Yeah.
Or not roll 20.
Did I get that as part of Fey ancestry or no?
So it doesn't even
Yes.
hit Zedaar enough. Because Zedaar has the lowest HP. Zedaar has 38 HP. So I fuck you.
I have less
those
than
ones.
Valmir? Really?
You're immune, Valmir.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, I have 34.
Drow! He's a drow. I'm pretty sure you're immune.
I was
to
gonna say,
sleep.
I was like, yeah,
Yeah,
we were both
we-
curious
we-
about that.
Because it's kind of a custom race that we made.
No, that'd be
Yeah.
amazing if
We did it.
Valmir's the only one that goes down.
Hang on.
Valmir's like, I've been feeling good.
No,
I've
I'm
been healthy
pretty
these past couple days.
I'm pretty sure
Oh,
you didn't give me Fey ancestry.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, it would say it on your character sheet if you had it. So yeah.
Like I said, it's a custom.
You can't. Yeah, magic
But
can't
still-
put you to sleep. So you guys just feel this magical spell, and Zedaar, you yawn. But you guys see a small creature floated behind a barrel, like waist high in liquid. And we're going to end tonight's episode there. So
I like to believe we just went like, dude, what the fuck?
he just goes,
Alcohol is very explosive, isn't it?
"You're supposed to sleep." And yeah.
You are supposed to die.
And we'll end tonight's episode there.
Only
So,
barely survived
Thank
that.
you so much for watching, everybody. This week's episode of the Elendor Chronicles will be back next week. Possibly not. We're not sure yet. So be vigilant on our social media, because some people are taking holidays, etc., with the things going on. So be vigilant on the social media. But hopefully we will see you next week. Thank you, as always, to my my recurring cast of friends and players here. Thank you to Commissar Roach, Mordred Viking, Lord Lambert, DM Opal, and DM Lake. I've been Midgeman. This has been the Component Cast, and we will see you. Bye bye now.
Turtles.
Bye.
Bye bye.